We are going to have a long evening this evening, so why don't we get started? We're running a little bit late. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Present.
Councilman Andujar,
Present.
Councilman Ritz,
Present.
Councilman Trafficante, Councilwoman Vaziri,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Council Banano,
Present.
Council Vice President Haroyan,
Present.
Council President Wall.
Here, thank you. A little programming note this evening. This evening, we are going to have the special city council meeting for public comment on the fiscal year, the mayor's fiscal year, 2020, 2027 fiscal budget. We're going to take public comment in this meeting, but we're also going to take public comment during the budget hearings in the Special Finance Committee that will conclude. Those will be at the end of the meeting. This is going to be at the beginning of the meeting. I'm going to give people four minutes to speak as per the council rules. If there was a larger amount of people, I may have to alter it. The other program in note I may include a lot of people who were here, some who are online, and some on social media have spoke a lot about the budget increase that was proposed, the 7.4 tax increase. Know this, that the members of the city council are going to deliberate over every line of this budget, every department, to ensure that we're not relying solely on the backs of the taxpayers. We're going to be looking for savings in this budget. I also want to add this, that was the mayor's proposed budget to solve the financial situation that we are in. But know that if we go above the cap, this council will have to have a strong majority. From what I understand the charter, this council would have to approve of a resolution of a 7-9 majority, a very high majority. So know this, that nothing is written in stone right now. And if we don't, at the end of all our deliberations, go beyond that cap, we will be asking the departments to look for additional savings because we just don't have the money. And that's the harsh, and I'm going to say very harsh reality of this budget. Okay, now that I put everybody in a dour mood, not my intention, but that's the reality. Let me begin with the first public speaker, the vice chairman of the school committee, please, Anthony Melillo. And I believe he has some, you said you had some documentation? There won't be necessary for a motion. You can pass them out. Thank you so much. If no one has an objection. I see none.
Okay. Thank you. Anthony Melillo, 33 Harvard Street, Cranston, Rhode Island. As Council President said, I'm Vice Chairman of the Cranston School Committee. Good evening, Council President, Finance Chair, members of the City Council, members of the School Committee, Superintendent Noda Massey, and members of our community. Before I begin this evening, I think it's important to start tonight with a few, what I like to call myths versus facts, because public understanding matters when we talk about the future of public schools. Myth number one, during COVID, the school district added over 100 positions using federal funds. Fact. In reality, over the last 4 years, Cranston Public Schools has reduced their staff by 95 positions. This is not growth, that is contraction. This is the district making difficult decisions to live within its means. Myth number two, the city of Cranston provides the school department with millions of dollars every year for our operating budget. Fact, over the last 6 years, the school department has received an average of approximately $1 million per year. While any support is appreciated, that level of increase has not kept pace with the real costs we face, costs that continue to rise every year. And that brings me to the heart of why we are really here this evening: responsibility. There are many challenges facing the Cranston Public Schools today. Our buildings are aging, costs are rising, mandates continue to increase, the financial pressures are real and significant. But I want to be very clear about something. It's not your fault that many of our school buildings are crumbling with age. It's not my fault that decades of infrastructure needs have finally caught up with us. But it is our responsibility to fix it. It's not your fault that federal and state mandates continue to grow every year. It's not my fault that healthcare costs continue to rise faster than revenues. But it's our responsibility to manage them. It's not your fault that contractual obligations must be honored. These are ratified contractual obligations, by the way. It's not my fault that utility costs, transportation expenses, and fleet maintenance continue to climb. But again, it is our responsibility to address them. None of us created these challenges alone. Many of these issues have developed over years, even decades, but today we are the leaders entrusted with solving them. And the truth is, responsibility does not belong to one body, one department, one administration. It belongs to all of us, the school committee, the city council, the mayor's office, and our state partners. When we work together, Cranston succeeds. Because at the end of the day, this is not about budgets and spreadsheets. This is about 11,000 students who make up 11% of our city's population, but 100% of our future. The responsibility we carry is not small, but it is an honor. So tonight I ask that we continue to work together, not assigning blame for the past, but accepting responsibility for the future. Because it may not be our fault, but it's absolutely our responsibility. Thank you. And I have backup documentation for the 95 positions that were cut in the funding over the last, I think the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next speaker, Catherine Crowley, school committee member.
Good evening. Catherine Crowley, School Committee, Ward 6. Good evening. Thank you for tonight's opportunity to speak. I am fully aware of the tension which is existing between the revenue needed to operate the city departments and schools and the impact of the city and the impact to the city's taxpayers. Of course, I am one of them. As a school committee member, I feel obligated to speak for the schools and most importantly, for the children, the teachers of the city of Cranston. Let me first provide some insight into what a structural deficit is. When the mayor spoke last night, he said the school department had had a structural deficit for the last 4 years. Simply put, it is the negative difference between what a city department needs to function properly and the amount of revenue available to finance those needs. When the school district projects the expenses to operate schools for a year, and the city indicates it's only going to provide an amount less than needed to cover those expenses, that creates a structural deficit. Now, I know the auditors referred to a structural deficit in their report. A simple way of explaining that is, and Joe Balducci explained that last year, is that we were never given what we asked for last year. As a result of that, and over past years, and this is my first full year on the school committee, that also occurred. So the school department goes to a fund, which is called various names in various school districts, but it's a fund we have for expenses, projects, we can call that, in case of emergencies. Auditors do not like that when that number goes down because they feel that the school department is unable to fund those things. It's as simple as that. So over the years, any business manager and superintendent would take the monies they had in that account, transfer it over to pay the bills, and our operating budget was always balanced. So I think people need to understand, you throw that term out, and being a former superintendent, I'm familiar with that. And it doesn't mean what it sounds like. We weren't in deficit. The mayor's proposal to increase the school district's budget by 1.5 million is inadequate to support the needs of this district this year. As a taxpayer, I too am very conscious of the tax rates. I also understand cost to taxpayers for nearly everything they buy is going up. I'm sure you're very well aware of that. Here is the conundrum. The same cost increases are occurring in the schools. To maintain the same quality of education for our children, the schools need more funding. It would be hard for me to believe that there is anyone in the city of Cranston who would suggest the quality of the education in the city should be lowered. Yet it
30
will
seconds,
be
Ms. Crowley.
unless schools are properly funded. Understanding cuts to educational programming having the potential of impacting the quality of the education. The school district is doing everything in its power to reduce its costs. Studies are in place to reduce the number of schools in the city within the next year or two.
Thank you,
This-
thank you, Ms. Crowley. I need you to finish up. The 4 minutes is passed.
I'm over my 3 minutes.
You're over your 4 minutes. 4 minutes, Ms. Crowley.
What will the impact of the quality of education for new teachers will want to apply in Cranston if we're in this kind of a situation, financial situation? We won't be able to attract good teachers. That being said, with my over 40 years in public education, I am appalled about the conditions of the schools. Cutting myself short, I'm going to give you some examples of what is currently happening.
Ms. Crowley,
in
I'm
our
going to need you to
schools.
finish up. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to give
Thank
this to
I appreciate that.
Chrissy, and she can pass it out and make copies. You have to know that we are in danger of 7 elementary schools needing roofs and various other mechanical and electrical.
Ms. Crowley, thank you
Systems.
very much. Ms. Crowley, would you like to give the document? Thank you so much. Next speaker would be Keith Catone, school committee member.
Good evening, Keith Catone, 61 Windsor Road, Ward 1, representative on the school committee. I'll try not to repeat things that my colleagues said, and try to stay within my limit here. I think what I want to focus on maybe is where Mrs. Crowley just left off around talking about the deficits that were claimed in this chamber last night that the school district has supposedly run for the last 3 or 4 years. As far as our accounting practices, and I'm sure Mr. Balducci can go more into detail, we only recorded a deficit in the last FY25. In fact, we had surpluses in FY24, 23, and 22. The surplus, though, in FY24, and a lot of you were part of that budget as school committee members, the surplus there was the one that we should have been worried about, because that surplus was because we used $2.5 million of our fund balance, of our reserve, to balance that budget that year. That was in the budget, that we put it there to stave off the kinds of decisions that we're going to be faced with this year, and have since, to stave off those decisions that would harm children, harm the education of children, hurt our employees, and so on and so forth. That was the cry that year. 3 years ago, we stood here and talked about that. Many of you on this side of the whatever this is, barrier. That's when we needed to make corrections. We did not in FY25 make barely any correction. Last year, the mayor and city council did a much better job in finding funds. And so hopefully this year, when we close the books, it's not as bad of a situation. But we're really at a stage where essentially, when we look at, to the extent that the city budget is balanced at all, which of course we realize now it's not, but the extent that it is balanced at all, it's been balanced on the backs of the schools. Because the schools are filling gaps that should otherwise be filled by the city or could otherwise be filled by the city. And at this point, we're out of a reserve. We don't have gaps to fill, or we don't have the funds to fill the gaps that might exist. So I understand we can't just print money. Last year, when we were in this chamber, there were residents who said and testified that they'd be willing to pay more taxes if it meant sustaining the high quality of our schools. I think one of the things that we're facing as a city, and when it comes to taxes, is an issue of distrust by the public at this stage. That folks are willing to pay taxes if they feel like those taxes are going to services, into a body, into a city government, school committee, city council, and mayor's office, all included, that are good stewards of those dollars. That's our challenge collectively. I'm looking at y'all, but I'm looking at all of us. Collectively, our challenge is, how are we ensuring to the public that we are going to be stewards, good, trustful stewards of these dollars? We have to start by being transparent and telling the truth. Claiming deficits that aren't there on the school side is not a good look. Claiming that a budget includes no layoffs when you know structurally that there will be and will continue to be layoffs as a result of that proposed budget on the school side
30 seconds, Mr.
does
Catone.
not engender trust. So we need to be clear about the decisions that are before us. And I think you all know the details in terms of what the consequences will be if our school committee budget is not fully funded. So I'm happy to work with everyone to figure out how to get as close as we can. Thank you.
Perfect timing. I was just about to stop. Thank you, Mr. Catone. I'm gonna mispronounce the next name. It's Valerie. It's smudged on the paper. Valerie. It's smudged. I should have been able to say it correctly.
That's
I do
okay.
apologize.
It's okay, I haven't been here in a while. It's not because I haven't been listening at home.
Hi.
I just haven't been. So good evening, President Wall and esteemed City Council. Is this better?
Much better.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I listened to the mayor's budget presentation this morning and found myself deeply troubled. I say to all government, state, federal, local, the days of going to the taxpayer to dig yourselves out of holes is over. We have nothing left to give. Should you need to come to the taxpayer for more and more, I want to hear you did your part. Buying out some employees, though I'm thankful and happy for them, is not good enough. Unfortunately, for all of you, the buck does literally stop here. You will have to make painful, tough decisions, and we expect you to make them. One of the things I do love about Cranston is the schools. They are underfunded, and you expect them to cut staff and programs. My children both graduated from Cranston West, got great educations, and went on to West Point, where they were on the dean's list every semester. So they were fully prepared from Cranston West for the rigor of West Point. Mayor Hopkins told us what his budget did and didn't do, and I would like to tell you what that $42 a month does to many of us, especially seniors. Our budgets are already strained to the max. I spend a lot of time going through grocery flyers to plan my meals according to the sales. Then I go out, and when I go out, I plan a path so that I use the least gas. And the movies have long since gone. Eating out is a thing of the past. All I have left is breakfast after church. That may be on the chopping block if my taxes are going to go up. Here in the real world, we don't have somebody else to go and get money from. So in my discussion for retirement, just took a turn for the worse. Out there, and God forbid you have a health crisis. If you have a health crisis, which we just did in our household, you're choosing between medicine and food, medicine and healthcare. So And I'm sure that the young people and the young families have to make tough choices. Food or the electric bill, gas in the car to get to work. And it goes on and on, making tough choices and painful cuts. Please take a look at this and fix it. Because to put it simply, I know very few people who can afford this, and many people it will hurt. And I know it's a hard job, and I'm sorry you have it, but here we are, and we need something done because we simply can't afford it. There is nothing left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, former Councilman Stephen Styos.
Stephen Styos, 37 Ferncrest Avenue. Excuse me. I have a couple of observations, and it's the first one is in line with some of the comments from the school committee. From 2024 to this current budget, in other words, a three-year period, the school funding has gone up 4.3%. Not 4.3% a year, but a total of 4.3% from 2024 to 2027. Meanwhile, the fire department has gone up 15.6%, and the police department has gone up 12.5%. So what has happened is the decision has been made, whether intentionally or unintentionally, but that the money is going to go, that there is going to go to police and fire, and it's not going to go to the schools. And I would hope you change that direction. There's another big expense in the city budget is debt service, payment on the principal and the interest. And that is at an all-time high in this budget of 12.5 million. So when you get that capital budget, and I think the capital budget in the handout is incorrect. I think it's a goof. Should look at that, but it's important to cut those capital projects that are not essential. Other points, if you look in the audit that was done of the 2025 budget year, the ice rink has a cash balance of $665,000. Now that has been set up as an enterprise fund, and Director Strom, who I have a lot of respect for, and I have disagreed that shouldn't be in it. Why should the ice rink be in a separate fund from the Parks Department or any other department? So I don't think that's ever been approved by the council. But either way, there's $665,000 at the end as of the end of last year that's there in the cash balance for the ice rink. There's also, if you again look in the audit, there's an $852,000 cash balance in the charter school account. That money says in the audit is restricted. I don't know why it's restricted, but that would be something I would suggest that you look at, especially considering that the charter school, as I understand it, is no longer independent. It's part of the school department. So could they use that $852,000? Two other items that I think you should look at are tax breaks, which the Finance Committee has been discussing. And one of those is a tax break.
30 seconds, Mr.
Tax
Styos.
break for veterans. And I'd like to point out that that tax break does not help the veterans who are most in need. If you rent, you don't get a property tax break. And so you should look at that. I think it should be income limited, and there should be some provision for people who rent. The elderly tax
Thank you,
break-
Mr. Styos. Thank you.
Last one, can I? finish
Last
the
point,
last
you
one?
got it.
All right, thank you. The last one's the elderly tax break. for anybody who is an owner occupied house who's over 65. We've got a lot of people in this community who have enough money who are over 65. I am eligible for that tax break. I don't take it because my kids got a good education in the
Thank you, Mr.
schools.
Psychos. Thank you.
But-
That's not the way it works.
All right,
Sorry.
so look at that one
Thank you.
also, income limit. Thank you.
Next speaker would be Stephen Frias.
You know what, I can commence? Is this appropriate? Thank you, sir. Thank you, council members. I'll start out. My name is Stephen Fries, 107 Garden Hills Drive. I'm here in my personal capacity. First, I'll start out with a couple of housekeeping items. First, last night I notified the administration that the capital budget for FY27 was incorrect. I have now been informed, I reminded them this morning, I hope you've gotten a correct copy today so that there are no problems. I apologize for any inconvenience. I believe there was a problem with the transition between the finance department and the planning department. Second, I want to reiterate something you said earlier, Council President. The charter and state law both say 4/5 vote to go over 4% tax levy. So a 7 out of 9 vote. The other thing I would also indicate is that the charter requires you guys to adjust this budget by May 15th. In the prior resolution, you guys waived the April 1st requirement. I don't believe you have the authority to do that, by the way, to waive that April 1st requirement. It's only happened once before, and that was during the pandemic of 2020 when there was a national state emergency. So I would just stick to the May 15th if possible. In regards to the substance of you tonight, very quickly, I've been debating about whether to say something and what to say for a while, and I'll just say it this way. Based on my own view, this was a failure in local government, this budgetary problem. In fact, failure by both city and schools, executive and legislative, and both parties. The failure there goes back to we were over-reliant on one-time revenue sources for ARPA, the federal funds. And I warned about this in 2022 in writing and here, that if you do not get rid of this reliance, you will end up with a major structural deficit that you'll have to end up paying for or have multiple years of tax increases. If the city had raised taxes by about 2 or 3% in 2021 or 2024, you'd be at about a 2 or 3% increase now. From my own historical view, I think that would be tolerable to most taxpayers. Personally, I'm more of a fiscal conservative. I like more of the 2010s when there was like a tax increase once every couple of years. Now you're at the stage of what to do. I do not recommend you going further above 8%. That's what the tax rate effect is. The levy is 7.44, especially in an environment where we have this ill-conceived war in the Middle East that has led to gas prices going above the levels it has. And I believe grocery prices will be going up higher in the fall because of the lack of fertilizer. So I think you need to look at spending cuts. The people behind me and for the rest of this week will be advocating one of two things: more money and don't cut me. So I'll be the voice of those that want spending cuts. Okay, where do you cut? Everybody talks about spending cuts. First, you have to look at the schools. I respect the individuals in the school department. They've done a good job educating my children, and I still have children in the schools. The problem I have is when I look at the audit, which is an independent third party, they refer to the school department as having 1,554 jobs as fiscal year 25. And they refer to an increase of additional personnel staff post-COVID-19 pandemic. In FY19, the audit refers to them as having full-time jobs of 1,530. So it looks like it's increased under the audit. School department can explain why the audit says one thing and what they present to you is another. I don't know the answer. I'm only telling you what I see in the audit. I also know that in the 2010s, they had staff levels of between 1,431 to 1,462.
30 seconds, Mr. Price.
Okay, moving on then. By the way, when it comes to the city needing more funding, giving more funding to schools, I actually think the state is not contributing enough. On the fire department, a lot of departments have had cuts. One department that has not had cuts is the fire. It's gone up by 8 positions. There are vacancies. In the 2009-10 recession, they had a 1% increase and 15 vacancies. And lastly, you'd probably have to eliminate 20 positions in the city to eliminate a $6 million spending to go 4% living.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Perfect.
I
Thank
spoke
you.
as fast as I can. If anyone has any questions, just call me. I couldn't go any faster than that.
Thank you, Mr. Fries. Mr. Strom, before the meeting, just so there's clarification, well, as a council, we're not supposed to respond to the speakers, but you handed out, just before here, you handed out a amended budget where the capital budget was, there was an error, am I correct? That's what you told me you gave it? So just for the last 2 speakers? Yeah. And both speakers referred to that, and that was the case. So that has been rectified. We do have, and I assume I'll ask Director Branzulli, that also has been updated online. Just, so thank you for that. Next speaker would be Anna Maderas. School committee member, Anna Maderas.
Good evening. Anna Maderas. I am at 21 Bridgeton Court. I've been a resident for 14 years. And honestly, I did not want my children to attend Cranston Public Schools, and they didn't for the first 3 years. So it's kind of crazy today that I'm standing in front of you as a school committee representative for Ward 2. I'm also the president of the Eden Park PTP, an active member of the Parkview PTPV, and a member of the Cranston Public Schools Wellness Committee, among other things. My first experience with Cranston Public Schools was with Mrs. Roxanne Gustafson. My oldest was enrolled in private school and in need of reading services. And Roxanne came from the district to work with my son. She was incredible. Our experience with her actually prompted me to look further into Cranston Public Schools and the resources and services that are provided by Cranston that our private school didn't. So I took the leap, and fast forward about 7 years, I'm here before you as an advocate for all of these students in the schools, asking for all of the financial support that you can give or find to allow the schools the opportunity to do their jobs and to provide necessary services for the children in our community. So last night, the mayor asked us to think about the last time that we were proud of Cranston. After almost 2 years of depressing school committee meetings regarding our financial state, my initial internal response was pretty pessimistic, but pretty quickly after that, I was able to recall some moments when I was proud of Cranston and proud of the work that we do here, despite some of the obstacles. And I'd like to share those, some of those with you, as I think that they're truly undervalued, and maybe because you can't physically see them with your eyes while strolling through Knightsville. One was this past Monday at our school committee meeting. I got to sit on the stage recognizing and celebrating a number of students and athletes for their outstanding achievements this year, giving them the validation that their hard work has paid off and that their time here in Cranston has been meaningful and well spent. Our parents, friends, the school committee, the executive team, we were all so proud, and it was definitely one of those "this is why" moments. 2, Mrs. Weir's Parkview Orchestra Festival field trip, which happened just about 2 weeks ago. I got to watch 3 school buses of students overcome the anxiety of getting on the stage to perform with their instruments and then be so proud of themselves once it was over. Cheering each other on in support of the friends they've made in class and progressed with over the years, representing Cranston positively as good citizens while being visitors at another school among other schools. And I have an 8th grader in the program, so seeing the growth from the group from when they started and the songs were completely unrecognizable to now was actually pretty cool. 3, watching peer-to-peer assemblies at both East and West. Sitting in the auditoriums with the students and witnessing them support one another openly without hesitation is incredible. The level of comfort and willingness to be vulnerable and the support systems in place, that doesn't happen by accident. That is a result of the intentional investment in social emotional learning and wellness efforts across the district, and they're worth every single penny. So for me, it's really nice to have beautiful parks, pickleball courts, if you're into that, truly, but they're exactly nice to haves. It's not what comes to mind when I think of my pride of Cranston, especially when I know the reality of where a majority of our students spend their days and the environment that our teachers are expected to shape our children in. And a quick final story was that I was recently part of a subcommittee that's main focus was to attract and increase enrollment. But we really couldn't escape the reality of our financial situation, and we really had to ask ourselves, but why? Why would we try to get people to come here with schools that are at risk of closing and the staff already being reduced? Sure, Gladstone and Eden Park are really beautiful, but since the entire district cannot go there, oh, you'll probably end up in one of our other schools, maybe the one with the giant hole in the roof where it leaks on everyone, or maybe the one with no heat, or even better, all the heat with classrooms at max capacity. And please, it's not about the buildings, it's about the people and what happens inside of them. So I won't act like I know the answers or how to handle this really heavy task ahead of all of you.
You're
and
gonna
I
have to
unders-
finish. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to
I'm
finish.
almost
up, Mr.
done.
Dare.
I understand that in many ways, your hands are tied, but please know that every single dollar counts. So I really urge you to do everything you can to help us get as close as possible to our ask so that we can do right by the students and the families that are counting on all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Maderas. Thank
Thanks.
you. Next speaker would be Mr. Dominic Fusco. He is the chairman of the Cranston School Committee. Mr. Fusco.
Thank you, Council President, members of the City Council, School Committee. Dominic Fusco, 167 Fiat Avenue, and as third chairperson of the School Committee, I'm extremely proud of my school committee tonight, of our school committee. They've come together. We've worked hard to make Cranston schools the best they can be, and I think we've done a damn good job. For the past 20 years, I've figured it out. I've stood here before this committee as a parent, as a school committee member, and once again as chairperson of the Cranston School Committee. And each year, I have the same request: do what you can to fund our budget. I'd like to thank the most recent councils for the support they've given us. The additional funds that they contributed have been a huge help. I deeply appreciate the mayor's increase. However, it's not enough. Several years ago, it was a different story. We had a council that was adversarial toward the schools. It didn't work out well. They said that we got more money from the state, so they didn't need to fund us, which I understand, but all it did was exacerbate the problem. As you know, the school department is the largest department in the city. We employ just under 1,200 workers now. We maintain 20 buildings, and most importantly, we educate 11,000 students. The schools do not have any way of generating funds. We must live with what was deemed appropriate by the city and state. And as Mr. Fryer said, the state failed as well. It's easy to criticize and saying you should be living within your budget. If we had reliable funding sources, maybe we could. I hear from the public, oh, if I ran my household like that, I'd be homeless. Or if I ran my business like that, I'd be out of business. Difference is, we're not a household. We're not a business. We're educators. If you're a working family running a budget, I suspect you might receive a raise from your employer each year. If you're a business, you could look for ways to increase revenues, raise prices, cut costs. Unfortunately, the schools do not have that option. We can't simply turn around and say, I'm going to skip an oil delivery this month. This year, the schools took a novel approach, going with a zero-based budget. They looked at everything and said, what is it going to cost to run that? Of course, you had to make an assumption that outside factors are going to remain consistent, which we know is not the case. Inflation, energy costs are fluctuating wildly. And to further demonstrate some of this, during our budget hearings, one of my colleagues asked, what percentage of the budget do we actually control? Less than 10%. We've tried to get creative. Yes, when we had ESSER funds available, we used them. We got additional programming. We used them to fill some positions. But unlike our neighbors to the immediate south, no offense, but we knew we had to start putting those positions back into our budget. And we did, or we eliminated them. This is why we're not in the same position as them. Most of our budget goes towards salaries and benefits. Like the city, we're grappling with rising healthcare costs. As a self-insured district, we've seen medical claims spike, turning a once healthy surplus into a deficit we must now repay. The Cranston Public Schools are truly the poster child of what doing more with less. Think about this.
30
Cranston-
seconds, Mr. Fusco.
Cranston is the second largest school district. On average, we spend $19,950 per student, well below the state average of $22,800. Many other cities and towns are spending closer to $25,000 per student. And when we're showing results. As a matter of fact, right now, next door, almost 100 students are being inducted into National Honor Society. We're doing the job. We're doing it with less, but we can't do it anymore. It's the time to do something. As you've heard, we have no choice now but to close schools, increase class sizes, cut programs, something we don't want to do. If you can help us, we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next speaker would be Jonathan Francis.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President. My name is Jonathan Francis, Local 1363 President, 35 Fifth Avenue. I just wanted to come up here and talk. I understand the city, we're hurting, to put it lightly. I think everybody in this room wants to try to achieve the same goal. I know for the fire department and the police department, we've been taking a beating lately in the papers over our overtime budgets and staffing. I'd just like to clear a couple misconceptions up. I just want to make sure if that's within the rules of the speaking.
I think you're fine. You
Okay.
can close your-
So a comment was made here tonight that the fire department has expanded by 8 positions without any vacancies. That is a half-true statement. Yes, the fire department has expanded by 8 spots. We put on a 5th rescue that is severely needed. The last time a rescue was added in the city of Cranston, it was 1984, and we were doing roughly 8,000 runs a year. We added this rescue at the beginning of this year, and the city is doing currently 18,000 runs. That is the true part. The false part is the vacancies. Currently, the city of Cranston, as of tomorrow, when the chief of the department retires, we are going to be down 12 members. Now, that may not seem a lot, like a lot to some people who are not in the profession, but that's additional shifts that we are required to work. On top of that, we are at the mercy of the state retirement board when it comes to occupational injuries and illnesses, which severely impacts our overtime as well. We already operate at minimum manning. The minimum manning is 43 firefighters per shift. The national standard is to have 4 firefighters per truck. We currently fall short of that standard on half of the trucks in this city. That leads to injuries on the fire ground, which again increases that overtime budget. Fire department's always been willing to work with the city, and we always stand with everybody in the city. The misconception that we're driving up the overtime budget, it's not true. There are some factors that do attribute it to it. However, the mechanism for the fire department to reduce that number has been stripped from us over the last few years. We used to operate with, I'm going to say air quotes, additional manpower. And what that means is instead of having the minimum 43 firefighters per shift, we had roughly 46 or 47. So if there was a vacancy during that tour, that spot would not be filled with overtime. So some of these are out of our hands in terms of control. Yes, we utilize sick time and vacation. However, those spots used to be able to be controlled when we had the additional manpower. I'd like to thank you all for your time. I'd like to thank you all for your hard work. All the members of the school department and the public that spoke tonight, you all present great arguments, and I want you guys to know that the City of Cranston Fire Department, we all stand with you, and we are willing to work with the council. If anybody has any questions, I will be in attendance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Francis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lima, is there anyone online who would like to speak about fiscal budget 2026-27?
A reminder to the public, please use the raise hand function. Please hit the raise hand button. I see no public comment online.
So I'm gonna go back to the chambers. I did put a sign up sheet out earlier. I know some additional people have entered the chambers. If anybody did not have an opportunity to speak on the fiscal year 2026, 2027 budget, please step up to the podium and state your name and address for the record. And once again, you will have 4 minutes to speak. You can put that right down, yeah.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sally Finkel and I live at 55 Roger Williams Circle, Cranston, Rhode Island, 02905. I'm a seventh grader at Parkview Middle School. I've been going to school for 8 years, but I didn't really have fun until sixth grade. I always did fine at school, but every day seemed super repetitive. The difference was that I had sports. I ran cross country and track and played basketball my first year. It made each day seem a little different. If money is taken away from schools, our middle school sports are at risk. Sports give kids like me ways to meet others with similar interests and give us motivation to come to school each day. So I ask you on behalf of my friends, coaches, teammates, and every kid in Cranston on a team, please fully fund our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chamber who would like to speak on this fiscal year 2026-27 budget? Seeing none at this time, I'm going to close public comment. There being nothing further before the city council, before we go to committee, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. About 3 minutes, we're going to start the special city council meeting.
What? Okay, I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the meeting. If we could quiet down and take our seats. Thank you. The Finance Chair is beginning the meeting.
At this time, I would like to call the Special Finance Committee Budget Hearing Meeting to order. It is 6:50 PM. Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilman Graziano. Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante. Councilman Vaziri. Council Vice President Haroyan. Present. Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Council President Wall.
Here. Gentlemen, could we be a little?
At
your
this time,
voices
without
spoke
objection, I
over.
would like to take the meeting out of order. Is there anybody objecting to that? Seeing none, just for the record, we might be taking a break, so not for lunch, but we might take a break depending on how we do tonight. And I guess we're gonna start with public hearings and public comment. We'll begin with the police. Chief?
Good evening. So the budget that you have in front of you, obviously, one of the concerns last year was the overtime. I think the mayor mentioned it last night in his budget that it was not a realistic number that was put forward last year. We do have currently 6 vacancies at the police department. We've had some of those vacancies for a while. So I think as the president of the fire union mentioned, when you have a vacancy, there's contractual obligations and safety issues where if somebody calls out sick or you're down a few officers, that leads to, that triggers overtime. So some of that did occur last year. And some of the other numbers in our budget were not calculated correctly. Some of the ones that we don't have really control over, that included like the crossing guards. Although that falls under the police department budget, we really have no role in the contract and the funding of that particular line item. And there's some other line items such as pensions and things of that nature that were underestimated and came over quite a bit. So it really impacted our budget. Most of the items in our budget, line items, are not discretionary. They're set based on like holiday pay, longevity. Those are all contractual obligations, and some of those were also underfunded. So unfortunately, we didn't come in on budget as we hoped, and I think somebody mentioned everything's more expensive. Police vehicles, computers, firearms, ammunition, we can go on and on. Basically, every single thing that we purchase, gas and oil, we know that's really gone through the roof as well. Things that we have no control over. So we're gonna, do our best to keep the budget in line this year. The union is in the process of negotiations for a new contract. So obviously that's going to impact the bottom line regarding salaries and overtime. But that's those negotiations have just begun. So we just have to be mindful of that as well. So that's my basic overview of our budget. I don't know if Director Strom wants to elaborate further.
Thank you, Colonel. When I look at the actuals for this year, 26, it looks like right now we should be at around 77% based on 20 weeks during the fiscal year. 40 weeks in the fiscal year based on 52 weeks for the year.
Director, can you please speak up a little bit?
I'm sorry. You hear me?
You have to hold it down, yes.
The, between overtime and salaries, they are currently at 77.62%. So they're right on schedule for, a little bit under in salaries and a little over on overtime. But when you blend the two together, it's like 77.62%. And it should be around 77. So I think they did an admirable job so far. The items that are really over is special duty and IOD as far as Blue Cross. Those two generate most of the overage for that department. The rest, everything else is pretty well in line, and we'll be watching it carefully this year. Hopefully, because we have an executive document that we're trying to have all departments, unless it's an emergency or something of a necessary nature, that we're not going to be spending between now and the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. So with that in mind, the total budget currently, and there are some things that are more seasonal, obviously, they're at 81% as a total budget, and it should be around, like I said, 77%. So I'm hoping we can make up that difference between now and the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Director. Our auditor?
Colonel, just some general questions moving forward with the budget that's current. Obviously, as Director Strom stated, in previous budgets, some of the numbers were miscalculated moving forward. We're either under revenue or over in expenditures. Do you feel, working with the director, that the budget that was presented is more accurate and will be more consistent, and we won't have any holes or major items coming forward?
Absolutely. I've worked with Director Strom for many years before he left the city, and he's very interactive. He actually sits down, we go over things that we projected. We didn't have those conversations with really the previous finance director. And I think having our input and coming up with realistic numbers on the revenue side as well as the debit side is going to lead to a balanced budget we've never gone over in the past. And unfortunately, we had some underestimates that were done last year.
As always, the one question, how many offices are currently on long-term IOD, which are trying to be put into the state program?
We have one that's been in IOD for years that the state retirement refuses to acknowledge as for a retirement. And I think we have three officers that have been out a few months, but we expect all those officers to come back in the very near future.
Thank you.
This time, any members of the council? Councilwoman Heroin.
Sorry, Colonel. I got to this about 2:30 last night in the morning, so I have lots of questions for you. I'm sorry. Okay. Any line items that were reduced in your budget?
Yes.
You explain them to me, effect it will have on your department running efficiency.
Well, one area that is always important is vehicles. So patrol vehicle, replacement patrol vehicles under 53,210. That was reduced, I believe, 250,000 roughly. So from basically every year we try to purchase 8 vehicles to keep the fleet healthy. And in this particular budget, because of the reduction, we'll probably be able to purchase 6 vehicles because of the cost.
So you'll be short 2 vehicles.
Yes.
Is there a federal grant in the works, or do you get federal money besides city money for vehicles usually?
We try to. We did apply for some grants with Congressman Magazine's office, and we missed the deadline for Senator Reed's office because we were kind of depending on the grant. We were hopeful for it. And that grant was actually for 4 school resource officer vehicles, and which really do need replacement at some point in the very near future. So unfortunately, each community gets 3 projects, and we didn't make the cut. We were the 3rd in line. So unfortunately, we weren't able to get those vehicles.
Explain that to me. You didn't make the cut, and there's only 3. So a city or town can get 2 grants?
That's how Waves explained to me, that they focus on spreading the grant money across the federal appropriation monies. And typically it's 2 grants per city. And I believe, maybe fire and mayor's office received those 2 approval for 2 projects. And our project did not make that into that realm. if you will.
Since you brought up grants, who writes your grant requests and the information for your grants? Is it within your department or the city grant writer?
A combination of both. So Captain Sean Parker is in charge of grants, but we obviously use Lisa and Dozier. She does a really great job for us.
And is your department always actively looking for grants, or do you wait to be notified by federal officials or by the grant writer? Or is it something someone on your department is always have an eye out for?
We always have an eye out. We're on all the Just Grants and federal grant websites, and we get emails, and we're always looking for state and federal grants on a regular basis.
Are writing grants something that your department could handle on their own without assistance from a grant writer?
Yes, we've always more or less did it that way in the past, but I will say people that do grants,
A little bit better.
A little bit better, and they have contacts to get the grants through. So Lisa's been very successful for us. I mean, we've gotten grants for K-9 vehicles, as you know, through Congressman Magaziner. We were just awarded I think it's $1.6, $1.7 million grant. Also from, I believe, I think that might be Congressman Magaziner, to replace all our portable radios that are end of life. So we have been very successful, but there's only so much money to go around, and a lot of times smaller police departments actually have an advantage. They'll usually cap it at a certain number of size of departments.
Vehicles are actually considered your police officers' office space because they do not have an office space at your police department. That's where their computer is and all their equipment, correct?
Yeah, they spend their entire shift in the vehicle, yes, for the most part.
How are the SROs? Do they have a vehicle now, but it needs to be replaced?
Yes, they have high mileage or older vehicles that have been in circulation probably, 5 or 6 years. And they use those vehicles exclusively to patrol the schools. And since there's only 4 SROs and there's over 20 schools, you can imagine they're constantly driving back and forth, and they also do some patrolling as well.
Okay. I have a few more questions. I think the mayor stated last night that the fire department went on about 13,000 calls, which John Francis corrected tonight, and I think it's closer to 18,000 calls. Do you know about how many calls your police department responded to this year? Only in the city, I'm asking at this question. I'm going to break it up in 2 parts.
Just over 83,000. 83,000. Yeah.
I was very active in watching the news when there was a horrible incident at Brown University, and I did happen to notice some of the faces, and so they were Cranston police. Do you know about how many of our officers responded there, and was it for a week and a half?
We probably had maybe 10 to 11 officers that were working that night, and it was just that night. They were helping search buildings and, securing the area. So we also responded to Pawtucket, the active shooter in Pawtucket. That was, the shooter was deceased pretty quickly, and that was less of a lift for our department and didn't really trigger a lot of overtime.
So when you send 10 or 11 from Cranston, if they were on duty, that means we have to replace them with overtime, correct?
Yes, and as well as if they're working beyond their shift. So some of those officers worked late into the night because that shooter didn't know if he was still in the area. Yes.
Do you feel you have enough manpower right now with those vacant positions, or is this escalating into overtime and some overtime not wanted by the men where they're held?
We've been down bigger numbers in the past before. What happens is some officers, when it gets busy, like the summertime when officers take vacations or during the holidays, that's when the younger officers get held for, 2 shifts in a row. And, yes, nobody likes to be held, but at the end of the day, public safety is not really being impacted. It's just the officers get tired if they continually get held past their shifts.
Do you believe we will be reimbursed for the calls in Pawtucket or Providence through federal money? But could that take up to, I'm under the assumption, a few years if we see the money?
We did apply through Rhode Island EMA, and we got all our overtime numbers and how much it cost. And, we're in queue. I don't know, I think the state's trying to, because it was an emergency, that they might be able to get money, but I, never count that happening for sure, but hopefully we do.
Do you know about how many times your officers have had to leave the city of Cranston to go to neighboring cities and towns, and we've had to call another officer here, like for major events?
Doesn't happen that often. And if, for instance, they go to Bristol to help out with the 4th of July parade, well, Bristol pays for those officers directly. So that's not really much of a cost. I know fire is much more, they do a lot more mutual aid and that's costly, but we don't have a lot of that.
You by chance, how many calls your police have to respond to the Howard Ave complex?
I don't have an exact number, but we've studied this in the past, and it's actually not that much. I know the fire goes there all the time, but state police pretty much patrol or respond to the calls on the state property. Once in a while, we'll have to go and assist, but it's not that frequently.
Thank you. I am not aware what special duty overtime is or average. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, so we have care details. We do speed enforcement in the city. We have National Highway Safety Traffic Administration money that comes through Rhode Island DOT, where they do speed enforcement, clicker tickets, seatbelt enforcement, pedestrian safety enforcement. So there's a number of things. So what happens with that is the city pays the officer up front, and then we are reimbursed 100% by the state, well, federal funds through the state. And that's one of the issues that I had, was the money was not going back into that account. We were getting reimbursed, but it was going somewhere else and it's not reflected. So it looks like that was actually overspent, where probably close to $200,000 is reimbursed back to the police department.
This will be my last question, I believe. Let me make sure. I was tired last night. I noticed that your uniform budget was cut by 25,000. We having dress down day here in Cranston?
Absolutely not as long as I'm the chief. No, I think there's certain discretionary, some officers, they don't put in for new uniforms that every fall and every summer they can. But like, I have a whole closet full of uniforms. I'm not out in the street, but some officers don't use their slips. And then we also have to provide, when new officers come on the job, they provided uniforms. We haven't hired in a little while now, so we haven't had to outfit any new officers.
I lied. There is one more question. Sorry. I know there's mandates that officers have to buy certain equipment to have on them, and they have to use their own money to put it out, and then they get reimbursed. Are any of your officers, as of today, waiting to be reimbursed from administration?
Thankfully, no. Under the last finance director, we had a lot of issues.
Okay.
And I was, very close to getting grievances, and I'll be honest, it was very frustrating because it's always been no problem, and it turned into a problem. But I know when Director Strom's here, and then actually since he's been here and since there's been a change, there's been no issues. Everybody's paid up to date. That's all it took, 3 weeks. It's good.
Thank you. That's all for me now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Councilwoman Haroyan, or Vice President Haroyan asked all my questions.
Thank you. Moving on to Councilman Ritz.
Just have a few things, safety is very important to me, and I'm happy to hear that, this is a budget you feel like you can operate in the quickly formed relationship we have here too. But you also know the situation we're in over here too. I didn't know if there's any programs that we have in here that are maybe underperforming where they were supposed to be, that possibly we could hold for this year, or if there's any software upgrades or anything that we could put off at least for 1 year to try and soften a little bit of this tax increase.
So that's the conversation I had with Director Strom, and those programs have already been removed. This is a bare bones. I hate to say it. Yeah. Unfortunately, when you look at IT, and anybody that works, with a computer, what's driving the cost up there is a couple things. Number one is Microsoft. Like, you can't buy programs anymore. Everything's a subscription database. And because we're a government agency, believe it or not, we have to pay a higher fee. And then also we have to get multi-factor authentication, like Duo and other stuff like that, to make sure that our systems are secure, because we're handling very confidential information. And some of the vehicles will have internet in the cars, the patrol cars. So we're going to have that 2-factor. So that's what drove up the cost. And technology, unfortunately, doesn't last, as we know, a year or two, and a laptop or a computer, you're buying a new one, unfortunately.
Chief, I would like to thank you and the men and women of the department for your service. Your department is the front line of our city, and you represent it well. And the men and women that I've seen out in the public represent the city very well. I just want to ask you about line number 53212, the Explorer program. I see that every year we put $5,000 in, but you've been trending closer to 2. I'm concerned with that because the Explorer program is a program that mentors young high school students to join law enforcement. So is your department actively seeking, or do you wait for the students to come to you?
So we recruit in the schools. A lot of our school resource officers and the people that run that program actively recruit. And the reason why, like, sometimes the cost fluctuates because a lot of the explorers, they come in, they get their uniforms and they get everything up front. And then sometimes they're in the program for 3 or 4 years. So it depends on, the numbers and when somebody's coming in, but that's a very active program, one that I'm very proud of, that actually was reinvigorated when I came back as chief. And we actually hired for the first time, he actually went to another department first, but we hired a Cranston Police Explorer on our department. He's the first one, so I always bring that up, so.
Well, Chief, thank you. And I'll always be in support of that. And if you ever need any help with that, please reach out. Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to switch. First of all, thank you very much what you do, keeping our city safe, and you do a wonderful job. And I want to switch it up to revenue. I'm looking at 2025. It says $1.5 million in revenue. But then in 26, it was budgeted to 1.88. And then now in 2027, it's down to about 1.4. Was the revenue in 88 just inflated, and that's why it's so low now? There's a big difference.
Is there a specific revenue line item you're looking at?
Page 4 of this packet.
I don't think that. You're looking at the total of all revenue, not just, okay. So I can tell you that, I think some of the projections weren't realistic. Yes, and so we dialed a lot of those revenue projections back. Like, for instance, the VIN station brings in $500,000 a year. I think it was very ambitious, if you will, the numbers that Mr. Zadelis used, and I don't know how he calculated those, because we didn't have a part in that. But at the end of the day, we expect details, for instance, that the season for details starts now because of the warmer weather. You get a lot of road construction, things like that. So some of that will catch up, if you will. There'll be an influx of money on like car fees, detail, administrative fees, things of that nature. So will we hit the exact projections? I don't know. And there's a good chance we may not this year. But I think we dialed it back more conservative next year.
Okay, and as far as like traffic tickets and stuff like that, is that that's not under this revenue? Is that considered revenue?
That's revenue that goes to the courts, and that they have their own budget and things of that nature. So
you do the work. And
they get the money. Yeah, well, obviously we don't write tickets to create revenue. We do it for safety reasons, but the city makes out pretty well. Like I have a directive that all tickets that can be written to the municipal court are written there first, rather than go to the traffic tribunal. Tickets that go to the traffic tribunal, I believe we get less percentage of the money that the city gets less money in the general fund for those tickets. So we do try to keep any violations in the court here in Cranston.
Okay. I mean, I think all of us here, or they can balance the budget if you give everybody a ticket that's speeding. So we hear it over and over again. That's why I asked that question. Thank you very much.
Councilman, can I just say one thing also? Certain times a year, we have more activity. And so some of these detailed cars and things of that nature will probably start to pick up starting, say, now to the end of the June. So there should be more revenue and activity based on that.
Just to add just one piece that I'd like Director Strom said, we're running at roughly 40 weeks and 77%. Just one of the revenue centers from the previous budget is currently running at 34%. It's projected to be $400,000 under. So that's the adjustments that were made on behalf of the revenue side to make sure they were accurate going forward for fiscal year 27. Just to elaborate on what Director Strom said, we're 40 weeks in, which is roughly 77% of the budget. We have one line item here, which is police detail for cars. The actual budget number was 700,000. It's running at 241 for 40 weeks. And if you annualize it, it's about 313. So it's going to be roughly $400,000 under budget. So for that reduction in the current budget that was submitted, it was a good adjustment. So at least we can attain the numbers going forward and not have these surprises.
Can I ask one more question?
Continue, Councilman.
The program where the citizens wrote along with the officers, is that still intact or did you have to take that out?
No, that's a Citizens Police Academy, and we usually run it in the springtime. So I'll be coming up with that. There's minimal cost, and I think the investment is worth the cost of that. It's mostly comp time. It's not overtime when the officers come up, and educating the citizens on what we do is really important. So I know that program is well attended, and most people.
I'm glad to hear that's going. I'm going to sign up for it. Thank you.
We'll see you there.
Mayor Trapicante.
Chief, I want to ask a question, a follow-up question from Councilwoman Ryan. With a $33 million budget, why is it necessary that any police officer buy his own equipment?
Well, at the end of the day, that's contractual. So
Say it again?
it's based on the contract. So, they can buy, say they don't need a uniform and they want to buy a flashlight. They can buy a flashlight, submit that receipt, and they're getting reimbursed for it. But there's a lot of equipment that, the city.
Here's my follow-up question. What line item does that reimbursement come from?
The uniform and equipment, right? Correct. Here. Yeah, it's under 51405, which is uniforms. So.
Is there any other area that they buy things?
They usually go to one of the vendors. So we have a few vendors like uniform stores, but that uniform store sells boots. It sells, belts. It sells flashlights. It sells a lot of different types of equipment. So they can get reimbursed instead of, they can use their voucher, if you will, for those items.
So you stay within your budget though, with those items?
Yeah, actually, we're under budget for
That's
that
good
line
to hear.
item.
That's good to hear.
Yes, ma'am.
But my next question is that, as you know, we're faced with a $10 million problem right now. And my question to you is that with your $33 million budget, you feel confident that you can live within that budget? Because we don't have any wiggle room. And the taxpayers are not going to be happy with us without the final decision.
I understand that, and yes, we understand that there's going to be certain discretionary overtime and details and things like that we're going to have to cut back on. But at the end of the day, I'm confident with this budget. I didn't have the same level of confidence last year with that budget, but this year I have confidence.
I'm not familiar with the police department. I know the fire department has minimum manning. Does the police have minimum manning as well?
We do. In the patrol division, we have 10 officers on, patrol officers on first shift and second shift, and 8 on the third shift, plus the supervisors.
All right. And now your overtime budget is $2,250,000. With minimum manning, you're confident you can live within that particular figure?
Yes.
Very good. As you know, the gun range is a sore spot in Ward 5. Whatever you're doing lately, it's working. So please keep it up, because I have not heard one complaint thus far. I know the summer months are coming, so hopefully you can continue to keep them happy. Do you have a restricted fund with the gun range?
restricted, there's a.
You
there's a
generate,
revenue fund
you
for that.
generate revenue. Is
Yes.
that a restricted fund?
In the budget, right, it's, yeah, it's,
I can't hear you, Bob.
it's a revenue line item.
It's not restricted.
No,
No, it's not
It's
restricted.
not protected, so to speak. Where in the budget would I find that?
I think I see it.
it's in there somewhere.
It's in the revenue, is it training center rental?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what it
There's
is?
no center rental, and though there's nothing in there though. It's zeroed out.
It's got zeroed out.
That's
Well,
good.
it's been
We
zeroed
can't-
out for years.
Yeah,
because we don't really
You don't rent it out, right?
rent it out anymore, really.
but we still have departments that you cooperate with that utilize our gun range.
Yes,
So I assume you generate revenue from that.
they do pay, so I don't know why it would be zero. Because I know there's a couple of
Yeah, I'm
departments.
saying,
that have-
why is it zeroed out? We generate revenue.
It must be going somewhere else, because I know we are collecting money.
Bob, you know I use hearing aids, so please.
It may be under other revenue.
Other revenue, okay. I didn't realize that we still pay rent, that building.
Yes.
We pay 1 million for
That's
each year.
correct. Yes,
How many more years do we have left?
we had, maybe, Chief of Staff Moretti, is it like a year and a half or
Year and a half
roughly a
left,
year and a half? And then I think the buyout is about $1 million. Is that-
about 1 million.
He's nodded his head, yes. So, yeah, so we're almost at the end of the, end of the
Okay.
lease, if you will.
What is the school safety initiative, $115,000? What is that?
So that's started under Mayor Fung. And so every day there's 2 officers that are on detail. The city's split into east and west. And those officers randomly conduct security checks at all those different schools. They walk the halls. They
Oh,
show up and just
okay.
to make sure that, we have a presence at every single school. across the
Are
city.
they on-duty police officers or off-duty?
That's a detail and those
That's
are
a
on duty
detail?
officers
Okay.
in uniform.
All
Yes.
right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Banana.
Thank you. I want to echo what Councilman Anderhart said, Councilman Campiano said. You know, there's 3 things that I'm proud of in our city. Well, there's a lot of things I'm proud of in our city, but since becoming a councilman, I've become increasingly proud of our police department, our fire department, our school system. And while we're at it, we might as well throw the public employees in there as well. So that's a kudos to the people that are in charge of those departments, especially you, Chief Winquist. Over the past year, I've asked you a lot of questions and I've always met with a smile and a very cogent and competent answer from you and the members of your department. And I appreciate that very much. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that. Councilman Campiano asked a good question because it was the same question I was going to ask about the revenue. And I was going to follow up and see where we were on that, on why it was different. So we got that answer. And then Councilman Ritz, and Councilman Traff asked the rest of my questions, but except for 2. I'm looking at, I looked at every line item. And most of these things that I look at are contractually obligated, so there's not much we can, wiggle out of a lot of these things. I'm concerned about 52012, which is gasoline and oil. Because I don't want to wind up underfunding anything. And I don't think anybody on the council wants to underfund stuff and wind up with a problem down the road. So my question is the, what is it, $12,500 increase in that line item over the adopted budget last year adequate? Because if you look at the actuals for the 4 years previous, it's more than 260,000.
Well, that's a great question. We don't know what's going to happen with the price of gasoline and oil, with everything going on throughout the world, but obviously we have the same number of cars and pretty much get the same amount of gas mileage. So that's a great question. I don't know. That's.
I don't know if, and I don't expect you nor
whatever we want to call Bob in this meeting, Interim Director Strom, have those answers as far as, oil futures at your fingertips. But I would just say that's something that upon final adoption, we should look at and make sure that that's not going to cause any issues. That's the one that jumps out to me. I also had another question. I got a call from two constituents actually with respect to the Bearcat, and the question was, and I already know the answer to this question, but I want to put it on the record. The question was, why are we spending $400,000 2 years in a row on the Bearcat? And that's not accurate, is it? It's paid for, it was last year, and it was $400,000 total. Is that right?
That's correct. Hoping to get delivery by June 30th.
And was any of that money bonded out, or was that just a capital improvement?
That was ARPA money.
ARPA money, okay. All right, that concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any council people on that side? Any more questions? Seeing none? On this side, before I end with the president, Councilwoman Rosari.
I just have a couple follow-up questions. Are any of the cars energy efficient?
We do not have any electric vehicles, and we do, because they're not conducive to what we do for patrol. And then we don't have, we have actually a few hybrids, but they're, believe it or not, they're more expensive up front. And by the time, most cars last 4 or 5 years because of mileage. You really don't end up with much of a cost savings because of the upfront cost. So, we use a regular Ford Explorer police vehicle. I don't know if they're considered efficient or not, but that's what 99% of police departments use across the country because of their safety ratings, and they're conducive to all weather conditions, obviously the blizzard and everything we had this summer. So this winter.
And my last question is back to what Councilman Andujar mentioned. Have you received any applicants from the criminal justice program at East?
Not that I'm aware of, no. And that'd be great if we did.
Sorry. The other question, we've seen on the news a lot where Providence, Warwick are using speed cameras and it's getting lots of revenue. Has that been considered in Cranston? And if not, why? And would we consider that especially in school zones? Because only living 3 or 4 streets away, I got 2 emails by 6:30 this morning about speeding.
Right. So obviously, like I mentioned before, anything we do from the police department side, we don't view it for revenue purposes. I know you're right, but I know you have a different role. Personally, and I've talked to the mayor about this, I'm not a big fan of speed cameras, and I'll tell you why. Because the purpose of an interaction with a police officer is to change their behavior. So if they're speeding and they get a ticket later in the mail, sometimes a week or 2 weeks later, and it actually goes to the registered owner of the vehicle, I don't feel that that's as impactful as an officer being on a detail, stopping somebody. Maybe they give a warning for the first time, and then they give a ticket. So right now, state law, you can only use them in school zones. I know there's a lot of legislators that are trying to expand the use of the cameras. Red light cameras is something I think is something that may be considered, and we're all going to have school bus cameras because of the law passed, I think by 2028. Every bus in the fleet will have to have these cameras, and a lot of revenue will come in for that as well. But I know, like I travel through a lot of these places where these cameras are, and I can tell you the perception of the average citizen that it's just a money grab. And do people slow down? 100%. Sometimes they're crawling and they're staring at the speedometers and so on and so forth. So I do believe they're effective in that capacity, but I do feel there's no replacement for an officer that's out there. And we do go out to a lot of areas. If there's a complaint about speeding, we have a list of locations, and we have officers that go out and they do write a lot of tickets in those zones. I know speed bumps is another thing that was discussed, and speed humps, and there's a lot of creativity out there. But in those speed cameras, what makes the money is the companies. They're the ones that make so you get a small percentage of it, and a lot of work involved with it too. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Strong supporters in Ward 3 of speed bumps. Councilman Ritz, anything? Mayor Trafficante? The floor is yours, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could go back to the salary schedule, and it's kind of a twofold question. I look at, there's an increase in the salary schedule of approximately a little over $200,000. And if I remember from the beginning, right now we have a full force of officers on the police force?
So we're down 6 officers, 4 are by agreement or part of the contract. 2 are not. So we have not replaced that. Obviously, contract negotiations beginning. Technically, me not filling those positions could be a grievance. So that's 2 positions, about $200,000 of a saving. So I'm not sure where the union stands on that. I haven't received a lot of complaints about that because I think they know they're going into negotiations, but we'll have to see if they're gonna push that, if they want those filled. I also want to mention that at the end of this contract, which ends June 30th, there's a concession, not concession, but there's a clause in there that the department actually increases in size by 3 officers. So it actually goes from 153 to 156. So technically you would have 9 vacancies. So it depends on what's agreed on in the next contract of how many vacancies they'd be willing to hold open.
So, and pretty much, it's like you took my fire, read my mind, because I know you're currently in contract negotiations. Are you on the negotiations, Mr. Stramo? Will you be on that negotiation?
I would say yes, but I'm not on it as,
Okay, because
oh, what I should be though.
because that will absolutely have a great impact on our first line, the salary line. So when we say, is this within our budget? I'm saying yes, but it sounds a little like no. If we have 9 officers that could come on board in the during this next year, am I correct?
Yeah, I don't think we included funding the positions. I think you might have funded actually what we have now, but I don't know if you actually included those 3 other officers that could be added. I'm not sure if that's happened, but I think I'm confident that, I don't think the union will push to fund 9 positions, but I can't speak for them and their negotiations.
I think at some point, and thank you for the honesty, because at some point, we're gonna have to know that figure, because we certainly, that could be roughly, I'm gonna say, that could be about, or gross about $900,000. That's a significant number. So, Mr. Strom and maybe the administration, perhaps we could get how that is gonna impact our budget, because remember, we want the budget projections and assumptions to be quite accurate. We know what happens when they aren't. So I appreciate that, because that was one of the big things. I know we're in contract negotiation. So we're gonna have to revisit that. Perhaps we get an answer from me on that, because when we vote on this budget, we're gonna need a figure that it's somewhat realistic.
That's right. Right now, it looks like there's 8 positions that have not been funded that I can see real quick. And there is a contingency line item for the next police contract. Now I got to find out, because I'm been fairly new on the arrival, that I got to find out what that contingency was directed for.
So certainly, as we're in the hearings, I put that question on record. So I'll put it during the hearings, if you could get back to me, because that's going to have an impact on just that one line, but also it's going to have impact on the entire budget.
Okay.
So thank you. The other thing I'm gonna ask, and it's just for my own edification, if we go down to, and pardon me, I'm reading, my reading glasses need to be stronger. 51302, the hospitalization line. That's a pretty, could you explain what it is? I mean, that's a substantial line. Mr. Strom, what is that? The hospitalization? Is that some type of insurance fund? That's our healthcare insurance.
That's our healthcare insurance.
Okay.
And we use approximately 10% this year.
Okay. And so I assume the next line, the hospital buyback, is those people who are not taking the healthcare?
That is correct.
And they get a certain buyout for that, right? Okay. And that has gone up? Okay. Yeah, good question. Who do we get our healthcare from? Do you know that?
Oh, mostly from Blue Cross, but we do have I believe some that are still with United Health.
Okay, thank you. So Blue Cross and United Health for the most part. I want to revisit the car situation, all right? Because I'm not, did I hear correctly? Generally, we buy 6 new vehicles every year? 8 new vehicles. And this year we bought back
6.
6. What does that mean? Does that mean the officers who didn't get new cars are driving? How old are the cars that they're driving now?
They're a few years old, but you know, the mileage, you put a lot of miles on.
You do put a lot of miles in, yeah. Are you worried about them? I mean,
I'd love to get 8, you know, but obviously, I know what time, the sign of the time.
we're in a, yeah,
When I first got to the department, the fleet was in deplorable condition. And that's why I pushed for 8 every year, because that percentage is, we have a lot of cars, but that percentage always keeps the fleet healthy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like the average patrol car, that's gone up considerably, about $70,000 each.
Right.
All it, you know, radios, mobile data terminals, light packages, cages, you know, like, there's a lot that goes into it.
no, thank you on that. And looking at, and this would probably more for Director Strom, so I don't, I think I see our overtime once again, and I heard the chief speak of it. It seems to be more in line with the historical average. I look at the actual in 2025. That was, you know, 2.3, you've got 2.2, and I know the chief said that's pretty much in line with what you need. What is the 2000, you made an increase, an adjustment in the 2026 budget, correct, Director, Acting Director Strom will say. And when we went over the monthly reports, we noticed an adjustment in the overtime, and I think that had to do with changing the poorly budgeted last year's budget, if you recall. The actual,
Yeah, right now, we're running 1.7 million through 40 weeks.
right,
So what we did was, we took the number of weeks, my formula, the number of weeks, and then divide that into it, and then multiply it by 52 weeks to come out with the close to 2.2.
so you feel confident that we're on the right track
Yes.
again? Thank you. Last item I'll go to is, because so many good questions were asked. If I could ask, so we could have a report on, I know Councilman Trafficani mentioned, we do take revenue in at the range. I would like to know that figure. I'd like to know where to find it. I'm not really sure why it wouldn't be included in that line, because we were both looking. You could have that figure for us, please, Mr. Strom. And my time, I'm set. Thank you so much.
All right, we will end
Thank
with
you.
Mayor Trafficante.
Just a quick follow-up, Bob. Within the $33 million police budget, we're currently negotiating a contract with the police department, correct?
Yes, I believe it's
Is the
just
money
beginning.
for that post-contract for 26, 27 within that $33 million?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
say that again, Council.
We're negotiating a new contract with the Cranston Police Department.
Yes,
Their gross budget right now is $33 million and change.
yes.
Once we settle that contract, is the money for that contract within that $33 million?
It is, and it's also includes that contingency line item of 700,000.
Okay.
So we did make, depending on what we negotiate, we're hoping that will be sufficient.
Director Moretti.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things to note, listening to some of the questions. Just overall, whether it be this department or any other department, just to reiterate that, this budget, we approach it as what we would believe is sounding a little crass or unsophisticated, but basically best guess budget. That's what a budget is. It's a best guess. Along with some analysis that led to those estimates. So, but there's no conservatism, extra conservatism, nor did we believe there's anywhere where we don't think it's attainable. So there is a risk, being higher or lower, but there's, the approach was not to have any fluff in there. and vice versa, to leave anybody short, whether it be the police department or any other department. That was just the overall approach. Just a couple of comments. As to the gasoline, the fuel, you're gonna just to kind of cut to it throughout the entire, this is pretty pervasive in the whole budget. It is speculating on oil futures. That's really it. The assumption fundamentally is saying that that the war is not going to be prolonged throughout the entire budget process, that, you know, within some time this year, that it should be resolved with the pricing to go down to pre-war pricing. Again, best guess, but anyone's guess as to with oil futures and how long that's going to last for. But that's fundamentally it, to say a bit higher, you know, in the short term, but to revert by way of example, 6 months from now, to hopefully this will all be in the past. But that might answer the councilman's question and the council's questions for all the departments. As to the number of positions, we don't know, and frankly, it is an estimate. What we think we may arrive at, you know, after negotiations with the IBPO. It's our preliminary discussions. You know, the relationship is very good. They're very understanding, and they also they know that, you know, I believe that there'd be some leniency coming from them. But how do we say it differently? The more we expose the thought process and where we are and reflect it here, we're kind of lessening the city's position in negotiations. So perhaps if it gets to a certain point, you want to go to an executive session, that might be the more wise thing to do than indicate where we're currently with bargaining. And lastly, as to the cars, you know, and when the NCAA tournament, for those basketball teams that were on the bubble in terms of making it to the NCAA tournament or not, it's kind of, I'll say, the police cars. That was, I'd say, the #1 item that didn't make the cut. In terms of the entire budget process, all departments, should this council discover, you know, that there are funds that perhaps would be available, the administration would support that'd be the top priority coming from the administration, to fund the police department for those vehicles, as you're picking up on that, as the colonel's indicating. That's what we would like it funded, but that's indicative of, we feel as if this budget can't sustain it, that they can get by, but it's not so desirable, but it's something we could live with. But obviously, it's not the way we want to do business. But if there, as I mentioned, if there's that opportunity should arise, the mayor would fully endorse any funds going to the police department for that reason. And something to mention that the colonel alluded to is during the budget process, there was to find out after the fact, after the mayor submitted his budget, I believe the police administration thought that they may be getting funding for the SRO vehicles, and the colonel pointed it out just a couple of days ago, or a day ago or two, after the budget was submitted, about I'll say, the need or desire for those extra SRO cars, and now to lend more rationale to be able to afford more funding to police. But that came to light in very after so we were doing the budget review with the police administration. That didn't come up, not to throw them under the bus, but they legitimately thought there was a good opportunity for that funding. So I just wanted to point those things out to put things in perspective as this budget was prepared.
Mr. President.
Thank you. And thank you for that explanation, Director Moretti. Listen, I can understand, and I'm going to use quotations, the best gets principle here, especially with the gas situation. I certainly want to understand that. And I know in no way want to get in the way of contractual negotiations. As a union person, I understand quite well how important that is. And I welcome the idea. I think the council members certainly welcome the idea to have an executive session. Obviously, it's not on the agenda this evening. If it's amenable to to have that discussion, because I don't think, and I'm just going to say, the best guess is going to be adequate when we're talking about personnel. I think we're gonna have to be a lot closer. All right, so in my view, that's not gonna be enough because that's about $1 million. And we would be remiss if we wouldn't look at it. So I appreciate your idea. In a future Finance Committee hearing, we will definitely have an executive session. So we want to have a good budget. And thank you for that.
Councilman Bonanno, we'll finish with you.
My only question would be, and I don't know if this is something that you think is better to wait until the executive session to answer, if you can't answer it now, but Director Strom said, I gotta find out what's in the contingency fund and what it's there for. Is that something you can answer, or you think we should do that in executive session? Okay, thank you.
With that, Chief, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Thank the men and women of the department for us.
Thanks. I also have the harbor master and the animal control. I don't know if you want.
Yeah, let's go. Animal control. Chief, do you want to say anything or?
I can tell you that, you know, the animal shelter is near and dear to my heart. I'll be honest with you. I'm a big animal person and take a lot of pride in our shelter. It's one of the better shelters, I believe, in the state of Rhode Island, and we're very successful in getting a lot of animals adopted from our shelter and taking good care of them when they're temporarily in our possession. What we found though is if anybody does have a pet, has brought a pet to a veterinarian lately, and you can see what the bills are. If you can even get into a vet, because they're all corporately owned now. So, you know, we do get some discounts from different vets, but at the end of the day, the dogs we get often have decent health issues. Sometimes that's why they're being put out as strays, or if they're being surrendered to the shelter. And we never want to turn away a person that has to surrender their dog, unfortunately, due to the economy. We want to make sure that we give them good homes. So at the end of the day, there was an increase in the amount. I think it was I think it's $10,000 increase for care of animals. But basically beyond that, it's staffing and, you know, pretty much stagnant numbers overall. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And again, we're doing a good job there. And it seems that we're getting a lot more animals coming in just because of the economy and people not being able to keep their apartments or their homes or whatever it may be. So just want to bring that to your attention. Last year was over 300 animals that came through the shelter. So cats, dogs, you name it. So it's a busy place.
Mr. President.
I do see it. I just see the couple of lines. This budget is almost in line with the same one. The costs you described, the expenditures, you can see you're right. The hospitalization is pretty much where you're getting it. A little bit of pension contributions with people, you know, seniority, obviously. Your salary schedule seems to be almost exactly the same with the small, you know, whoever the, you know, very small increase. I want to go over to the revenues on this one. All right. The historical average, we're pretty far down on this one. Is there a reason why? I mean, I'm looking 24, we've got, and that's impound fees, right? We've got 24, we've got 3,900 and change, 5,025. The actual is 3,500, and we're trending down another $2,000 for this year. Is something happening that we're seeing less animals? Is that what I?
No, I wouldn't say we're seeing less animals. Sometimes, you know, our adoption fees actually went up. So to be equal to surrounding shelters, but you know, for instance, we adopt a dog to a veteran. They don't pay. That's actually, I think it's part of the ordinance and the money to be in state law. So there have been situations like that where a veteran has adopted, but I don't know why that would be down to that level, to be honest.
So logically, if that's the case, if I'm reading you, our revenues should be higher.
Yes. And I don't know, why they're not.
Mr. Strom, could you help me
I
on this?
believe we budgeted based on the activity for this year, and this year it's about 1,500. So that's why we,
So
used-
1,500 at 77, approximately 77% of the year.
well, been less than 1,500 right now
And this
for
year, we're
this
going.
year,
all right.
currently.
So we're going a little, we're being very
We're being a-
conservative on this. right now.
yes.
I see. Okay.
I
Thank you.
mean,
Thank
if it was something where we had some data that would think that we could go up to 2,000 or 25, I don't think that's stretching it, but we were just putting in a number that was more accurate to what the trend is right now.
No, thank you. Thank you. And that's all the questions I have. That's.
Mayor Trafficante.
Chief, do we ever think about having a collaborative with neighboring towns for the animal control?
I know
To
they
generate some revenue?
They do that in Smithfield and North Providence, and I think it's a great idea. Obviously, you have different unions, right? So we got our employees at Teamsters. I don't know what other cities and towns have, and we're a pretty busy shelter and we'll have a lot of animal control calls. So we're a big enough city. I don't know if it would really benefit us as much as maybe a smaller city or town, and it'd probably be building a new facility, and that's a lot of money, I think. But we have a very good shelter and it works well for us, but I don't know if it's a thought down the road, absolutely.
Councilman Ritz.
Just one question. I was just wondering if you knew the average time that we have a pet in our care before adoption.
Do have that number. I just don't know exactly what it is, but it depends on the time of year. I can tell you, how around the holidays in the wintertime, some of those dogs and cats, they stay there a while. If it's a small dog, they go quickly, and we have a lot of bigger dogs. But we've adopted a lot out. I'd say probably anywhere from like a month to like maybe 6 weeks is an average.
I was just wondering, like, what we do to promote the animals that we have there. Like, is that people usually go to the website to find out and go? I just know if there's more we could do to promote it more to maybe speed up that time frame.
We are on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. We're on all the social media. That's where you get your attraction from. We also have a website, part of under the police department's website, and we go on Studio 10, Mario Valario. We're in all the news publications, Providence Journal. We really do a lot of promotions, and a lot of shelters are over capacity. We've helped other shelters out as well. Providence is a good example. So we're actually, I think our numbers are pretty good. And the staff really takes a lot of pride in getting these dogs adopted pretty quickly, and the cats as well.
All right, seeing any other councilmen, members? Seeing none, we'll move on to Harbor Master. So Chief, you could tell us about that ghost Harbor Master. So
Yeah, so we don't currently have a harbor master. We didn't have one last year. Unfortunately, Mr. Westcott was the previous harbor master. He passed away. We're still collecting mooring fees. People on the honor system, I guess, because we really can't get out there. The police department does not have a boat. So we used to have a boat that was in disrepair. But the harbor master in the past is actually, Mr. Westcott used to take his own boat out. And, but it's a function that falls under the police department, but there's not a lot of activity. We don't have a huge busy waterfront. And we have the yacht club and everything like that, but at the end of the day, we made it okay with not having a harbor master over the last year, and DEM has boats out in the water, and surrounding communities do as well. But so this is just the budget that's been sitting there. We just maintain the same amount of what we put in for. Well, that's the question. So the harbor master is an appointment of the council, and they work under the direction, if you will, of the police department. So I guess that's a question for the council and the mayor's office if they're seeking to. That there was some discussions about the police maybe taking over that role. but there would be a cost to that, obviously, for a boat training. And it's a seasonal thing, as you know, so I don't know if the cost would be worth it, but that'd be up to the council and the mayor's office.
Thank you. Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you, Chairman. As you know, this is in Councilwoman Graziano's ward, and she asked me to tell you that she has a candidate that would be interested in that. If it wasn't zeroed out, I don't know if we would have to put that on to bring that back, or if we can do that during the budget hearings.
There is a stipend, so the person who's a harbor master gets a stipend of,
Yeah.
So, no, it wasn't zeroed out, it's just it hasn't been used. Last year, we didn't pay anybody because we didn't have a harbor master, but it's still, technically, it's there. So, I did hear there was somebody in the Edgewood area that actually was friendly with Mr. Westcott and might be willing to do it, and they have their own boat, so, but that would have to go through the council first, and then we would vet that person, and, do criminal history background check.
Hopefully, it's the same person. I guess we could take it up at a council meeting if it's not zeroed out. Thank you.
Mr. President.
So right now, we're in the situation, so I was under the assumption when the former harbor master passed away, that the police were taking over this. And we had some conversation when Council President Marino was here, but that is not the case. We just don't have a harbor master.
There was discussions with the former president of the council, and there was a study that we did for the mayor's office on what the cost would be, and that was submitted. People staff already aware of it. I just don't know what happened afterwards. It kind of just, by the time you got through it, like the season was already pretty much half over. So that's where it ended.
So right now, and pretty much you're saying all the functions of the harbor master, we believe are being done by someone from where?
There's nobody locally doing those functions. I can tell you that somehow mooring fees have been coming into the clerk's office, I believe. And, but nobody's actively checking to see what moorings are registered and what money's coming in. That's part of the harbor master's.
Well, in the true fiscal responsibility sense, I like the fact that we're making the same amount of money and we're not paying anyone, but is any, that kind of works out good. But if we're supposed to have one, and if I don't know what the duties of a harbor master really is, I'm not really a nautical person, but I guess I certainly would be open to it, but there's a stipend of $3,500, so it's gonna pretty much wipe out that profit we made. But I guess we can look into that. But so there was some confusion on that. I don't have any questions, but yeah, I think you've answered them all. Unless the director has.
Director?
If I can embellish, if I recall, I'll be within approximate numbers. To put things in perspective, when we did have the harbor master, I believe the city collected approximately $6,000, maybe $6,500 in mooring fees. And giving that stipend of about $3,500. I believe last year, without a harbor master, people came forward, and I believe we collected approximately $3,500 in fees. So I think we're talking without a harbor master, maybe being short, maybe $2,000 in the $2,500. The reason why I believe we didn't move forward, there was, even though there were thoughts of the police taking over, you're probably gonna have to have a budget of, I'm just throwing out that, probably $10,000, $15,000. So the cost benefit, I'm not sure if that, you get much of a payback on that. Something to consider. The other thing is the city would have to buy a boat. So if you want to buy a boat and you want to pay the officers or compensate them in comp time, which translates in some cases to overtime, to collect that $6,000, $6,500 and embellish the function, you could do that. But I would find it in this time, if you want to do that, I would say this is the time the council to put it in the budget if you feel that's wise to do so.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Waziri.
Is it dangerous that we don't have one?
We have a limited, shoreline. I know Edgewood, obviously, we have that there, and I can't think of any incident that we've really, when we had a harbor master, he actually just mostly collected mooring fees. If a vessel sunk, he would call us and, we'd have to have that vessel towed out of there. But during the summer months, DEM's out there, they have floating offices out on the water, and then we could also get mutual aid from other communities if we needed. So I haven't really seen any incidents that we've, haven't been able to respond to.
Councilman Ritz.
Just looking at the budget, so in the binder budget, it says total for school system. So it's under the police department. Was it under the school system before, or is that just an error?
No.
Are you looking at revenues or are you looking at expenses?
Yeah, that looks like an error. See there? That's an error.
Councilman Banano.
I was gonna say, in the budget book on page 22, is that what you're looking at? It does say, total for harbor master, $4,770.
Yeah, I think it's just a typo, Bob. The big Bible here, it
Oh,
says,
the big,
yeah.
right.
Councilman Banano.
I just want to say one thing. If the numbers that Director Moretti just said, we're actually making money by not having a harbor master. We're netting $3,500 with the harbor master. We're netting $2,500. Excuse me. We're netting $3,500 without a harbor master, and we're netting $2,500 paying the harbor master, even though we're getting more expense. Even though we're getting more collected, there's more expense. And as small as it is, we have to chip away at this deficit $1 at a time. And I would be for getting rid of the harbor master. This isn't Narragansett. Okay, I've lived in Cranston my entire life. I've never been to the beach in Cranston. And, I don't think I don't think the tall ships are coming into Edgewood. So that's what I said that was that funny, but that's my feeling on it. Let's move on.
Director.
I just want to mention this to, Councilwoman Vaziri's concern. In terms of public safety, we certainly have the fire department as a response team in terms of public safety. I just want to, point that out because they have an aquatic team. I'll use the word aquatic. So I just want to say they do have rescue capabilities.
Well, I would tend to disagree with Councilman Banano, which is very rarely, but I would rely a lot on our Councilwoman Graziano because that's her area. And with that, Chief, again, thank you for your service. Thank the men and women, and Councilwoman Arroyo. What else you got?
Does the fire department have a boat, and could the police go on it if needed for an emergency?
We actually do that, and we have a dive team as well. So we have worked closely with the fire department, and they've been gracious enough to let us come aboard their vessel and work together on some marine type situations.
Okay, Chief. That's it. Thank you. Just for note, Council President Walt said in the first meeting that there will be public comment, and without objection, I would like to add that towards the end of the meeting. So there will be public comment if there's no objection. Seeing none. Let's take a 3-minute recess and we'll be moving on to the schools. Clerk, please unlock the machine. Let's begin with the school department. Is everybody seated? Okay, at this time, I would like to reconvene the Special Finance Committee meeting. We are moving on to the school department and school health insurance. Madam Superintendent, thank you for coming today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You gotta hold it. You have to hold it.
Just hold it down there.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing us to be here and discuss our budget with you. I realize we have the second department here this evening, so we will try to be as efficient as possible with our answers. And I also acknowledge that we all understand this is a very difficult budget year for everyone. So we truly understand the dilemma you are all in. We understand the difficulties with all departments. So I just want to make that clear that we are here as part of the city, not as an enemy of the city. However, I do need to be very clear that Cranston Public Schools has been underfunded by the city for well over a decade. And this is not blaming or pointing fingers at anyone, which we know is not a useful exercise. But tonight we are here to present you with facts and numbers. And we've heard a lot of numbers already over the past couple of hours. So since 2009, we have received an 18% increase in our city allotment. 18.2 to be exact. Since this increase spans 16 years, and you average that out, the average annual increase is approximately 1.1%. And the school committee often refers to this as level funding because in real terms, it does not keep pace with operational cost increases. If you look at the average inflation rate over that same period of time, with an average of 2.57% per year, the gap is considerable. So if you look at the inflation rate since 2009, the cumulative price increase has been approximately 56 to 58%. So if you apply that math to our school department, if the school funding had kept pace with just inflation, the city's contribution would need to be roughly 38% higher than it was in 2009, rather than the current 18% that we are looking at here. And for years, we have signaled our community that level funding would eventually bear down on us and produce a negative effect. We have an extremely lean school budget, and I know for many people, they don't believe that, but it is true. Our per pupil cost in 23-24, which is the latest data available from the Department of Ed, is $19,824 per student. The state average is $22,881. So despite the fact that we are the second largest, we are an urban ring, we have a lot of students with a lot of need. We are still lower than the state average. Despite some rumors to the contrary, we have not hired 100 teachers with our COVID money, only to keep them, quote, on the books once the COVID or ESSER money ceased to exist. We knew enough not to do this, and I will credit Mr. Balducci for making sure we did not hire several staff members that we knew once that money went away, we could not afford. In fact, we have reduced our workforce by 6% over the past 3 years and going into the 4th year with a considerable reduction in workforce. And yet we continue to service our students as well as we possibly can. The pension increase from the 24-25 year was not budgeted because after the General Assembly approved the COLA increases in June, we learned of the fiscal impact after our budget was approved by the school committee. So there was no way to anticipate a nearly $1.3 million increase to our budget. We were notified of the cost of this the day after our budget was approved on or about June 26th, and only 3 or 4 days before our budget went into effect for the next fiscal year. When you have a budget that is extremely tight, an unexpected expense like this just cannot be absorbed. Our students and their families, and in fact, all Cranston residents want world-class, high-quality services, facilities, and resources. And of course, they deserve that. However, funding these amenities needs consistent, accurate fiscal accountability. As the old saying goes, you can't have champagne on a beer budget. So as we go into this budget deliberation, and I fully realize the difficult task you have ahead of you because we have the same task on our own side here. If the schools are not funded, if the state doesn't increase their state aid to us, which we don't know if that will happen, and if that is combined with the $1.5 million that we have already been allocated in the mayor's budget, significant cuts will need to be made that will affect all of your constituents. Class sizes will be higher. Schools will need to close. The grass won't get cut. The garbage won't get emptied. And listening to that 7th or 8th grader earlier kind of broke my heart, but she's a very astute young woman. She knows what might happen. And she called it out for all of us. So when our community partners and other organizations complain about our rental fees increasing and our inability to fund buses for field trips, I need you to remember that those kinds of cuts are what we are down to. We won't make copies of things for families. We are down, as Mr. Balducci has often said, especially this past year, we're down to the bone marrow. So while I understand fully as a taxpayer, as you all know, that continuing to tax our residents is not going to help us, I need to assure all of you, and for those of you who are watching, that we are doing our best to cut staff, cut programming, cut excess buildings as we build buildings where we're consolidating. And then this coming year, we are putting together a committee to look at how we can potentially close more buildings and consolidate schools. So I assure you that we are not lax in our duties. We are taking it a very responsible and serious approach to making sure that we can provide the service that our constituents want and demand, but also be fiscally responsible while we are doing that. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to start with Mayor Trafficante.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just for a second digress from a budgetary situation. You know, as an elected official in this city for the past 43 years, I had the pleasure of working in all three branches of government, the executive branch, legislative branch, and I'll call it the educational branch. And during that period of time, I had the privilege and the honor of working alongside several dozen knowledgeable, ethical, caring, service-oriented people. And I say this with all sincerity, there's none better to emulate those characteristics than Mr. Joseph Balducci. Mr. Balducci's leaving is after 27 years of service to the city. He's going to be dearly missed across the school department from this city. And I want to honor him tonight for those 27 years of service and say, thank you, Joe. Thank you for being the person that you are.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now that I praised you, Joe, I'm going to go after you.
Knew that was going to be short-lived.
I want the council to know that I met with the superintendent and Joe Balducci earlier in the week, and we formulated some questions, which Joe is going to go through with you. And I think it'll be helpful for you to know, what's going on behind the scenes and the kind of situation that you're in the present time. So I'll start with the first question.
Is it the revenue page? Yes.
White 14.
White 14. That's correct. That's correct. Sure. So basically, when we develop this budget, we look at the expenditure side first. So what we have to budget for contractual obligations, fixed costs, mandates, they run the gamut, utilities and all of that. So that's how we build the budget. I believe Chairman Fusco mentioned that this year we took a different approach as far as compared to prior years. We did a zero base, and that's how we developed the expenditure side. Then we looked at the revenue side. Again, we time our deliberation of the budget so that we know when the governor's going to come out with his budget, what he's going to put in his budget. So that's how the $2.2 million revenue line came about. Then in some years, we tried to come in with a reasonable ask of new city dollars, somewhere around 2.5. But the last couple of years, unfortunately, we've had to go to the cap, 4%. So there's the $4 million. But unfortunately, when you compare the revenue side of the budget compared to the expenditure side, it's out of balance. So thus, that created that what we call that budget savings to be determined account to keep the budget balanced on paper right now, but then it's our task to go find approximately $3 million in savings. However, I have to reiterate that that's assuming a $4 million ask from the city. So anything less than that is going to add to the $3 million. Right now, it's early in the General Assembly's process in deliberating a state budget. Let's assume that $2 million turns out to be $3 million. Then again, it's always going to go against that budget savings to be determined figure. So in speaking with the superintendent and the executive staff, right now, not knowing what we were going to receive from the mayor, we started with a potential shortfall of $7 million. 0%, zero new dollars coming from the city and trying to find $3 million internal savings. So we've been trying to chip away at that. Good news, right now the mayor is proposed to give us 1.5 million. So that again helps, but that's the position we're in right now. So when the superintendent mentioned that we're looking at everything, staffing,
potentially closing schools, redistricting lines. Everything is on the table right now to try to keep next year's budget in balance. I hope I answer your question.
Joe, you've answered as far as my satisfaction goes. Joe, the school committee has ratified all the contracts, correct?
Yes, they
And I'm
have.
talking about the teachers, the TAs, administrative assistants, the laborers, the custodians, and the teamsters. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
The city council has also ratified those very same contracts.
They have.
The administration basically has ratified those very same contracts.
They have. And my
Yeah.
response, Mr. Trafficante, if you mind me interrupting for 1 second, usually the question is either posed to me, can the school department afford this contract? My answer has always been with reasonable increases from both the city and the state government.
Understand, Joe. The point I'm trying to make, Joe, is that on the city side, we've covered our contracts.
You have.
With the budget. On the school department side, we have not. You're getting $1.5 million. Right now, you're $2.5 million short of meeting your contract. Am I correct?
So,
Saying that?
so the first question on the list of questions is, what do we need to meet our contractual obligations? Between salary and benefits, we need approximately $4.2 million in new city, in new funding, whether they come from state or local.
Good question. The governor's budget reflects in 2006, 2027, state aid increase in Cranston of $1.8 million. However, the school committee adopted a budget that has an increase of approximately $2,051,000.
So if you go beyond the first page that lists the questions, the documents behind it, you will see that they're tabbed to coincide with the question. So the first few pages is tied to question number 2. So I will focus on the top half of that first. So basically, the way that we receive state funding is in a couple of different ways. Revenue in the door to us, and then state support to help us pay for non-public transportation, what we call an offset. So if you look at the governor's budget, first column to the left, you will see formula aid at $82.5 million, high-cost special ed tuition in support of high-cost tuitions, 1.5. So for a total increase of $84.76,000. When you compare that to the year we're in, at $82 million, you will see $2,051,000. If you refer back to the revenue page that Mr. Trafficante referred to earlier, you will see that as the increase in state aid, just over $2 million. The other support that we receive from the state is to help us pay for the non-public transportation. And in the governor's budget, he's scheduled to give us $763,000. Currently, we're receiving just over $1 million. So that support is actually going down $241,000. So when you net the increase of $2,051,000, you reduce it by $241,000. That's the $1.8 million when the governor prepared his documents. And again, if you look statewide, that's the figure tied to Cranston Public Schools, and this is how we get there. Ms. Sure. So if you, again, if you just go to the supporting documents that were attached, if you go to, it's a one-page document. What we did was, and actually, again, going left to right, I started off with 24-25 fiscal year, middle is 23-24, and the far right is 22-23. So how charter schools affect our budget is two ways. When you look at what I defined as the tuition expense, so Cranston is obligated to send out the door approximately $8,600 for every student leaving Cranston to go to an outside charter schools, which are listed on the far left. Because state aid follows the students. The other important piece to note is that we are losing state aid because, again, that aid is going to the charter schools listed down the left-hand side. So again, just looking at 24-25, between expenses going out the door, lost aid not coming to Cranston, it affected this budget by $7.2 million. 7.2 23, 24, 6.3, 22, 23, 5.7. So for a total budgetary impact over the last 3 years, $19.3 million. So that's the effect that external charter schools have on a local LEA under the current structure and how charter schools are set up. You're welcome.
In our budget, the biggest cost is staff, people. We really don't have other discretionary spending. We've stopped buying furniture, except for our new schools, of course, because they're in the bonds. Our equipment is limited. We did use ESSER money back in 2020, 2021 to buy Chromebooks. Again, those one-time revenue, if you all, those of you on the committee remember that. Those Chromebooks now are starting to fail. So any of that discretionary funding is limited. Our cost-cutting measures will be in staff. That's where the largest percentage of our money is. Everything. If possible, when folks retire, they would, we will try not to replace people and reduce staff by attrition, but we are also laying people off and trying to consolidate any positions that we can. Currently, we have laid off 40 people, 40. Depending on retirements, I can't estimate how many people will be brought back from that list, but there will definitely be people at the end of June who will not have a job.
Mr. President, I believe you have a follow-up question.
Well, just because one of Councilman Trafficani's question, I'm looking at the document the council was provided, and I probably need Director Strom's assistance on this. Director, if you have, can you look at revenues for the school department on page 9? We're quoting different figures. The school department says last year's state aid was 82,024,932. Right, that's in your document. The document that we have, and it changes it by more than $1 million. The document that we have has the state Rhode Island school aid at $80,735,694. And when we showed the current change, that makes the current change in state aid on our budget roughly $3.3 million. Do you see that? So that's going to affect us. Is there, or unless there's a reason? Step, please. The top, I think the top one. Yeah, that one, yeah.
All right. Thank you. I had a discussion with CFO, Mr. Balducci, and we went over this. Basically, what happened was that the figure was not correct in the budget book. It should be 82 million.
So this figure isn't correct.
That 80 is wrong.
Okay.
But we're gonna do what they call a fourth quarter transfer to correct it for this fiscal year.
Okay.
And then next year, the 84 is correct as it currently stands.
I see. So
that's
Mr. Balducci's assessment of state aid as it currently stands is correct. I just wanted to make sure.
That is correct.
Because it looked like I found more than $1 million. We're going to be a hero tonight.
Yeah.
I wish you did. And if I could just add.
I wish I was.
It's just a timing. When you think about it, the city council has to adopt its final budget by May 15th. Usually the state doesn't wrap up their budget until well into June. So there's always a timing difference. So given that, unfortunately, our ask in prior years has never been met. So we have to go back to the drawing board because by then, we know the city council's final appropriation, May 15th. We know what the city's final state aid is going to be because they're usually mid-June. And then prior to June 30th, we have to adopt a balanced budget to align with both city appropriation and state aid. So we go back to the drawing board, so we know what the final numbers are. Unfortunately, because of the city charter, the city can't fix the current year budget until it goes into the fourth quarter, which we are now in. So to Mr. Strom's, he's correct. So again, sometime before now and June 30th, the city will realign their budget to agree to the final state aid numbers. And it's just a math, to be honest with you, because then the other side of that is just to fix the school appropriation on the expense side.
Right.
So it has zero bottom line effect. It's just increasing revenue and then increasing the city appropriation on the expense side.
That's correct. Revenues and expenses offset one another.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
and we've done this a number of years. We had to do this because like you mentioned, the budget is past, say, May 15th. Sometimes we don't get the final numbers till, as Mr. Balducci said, till June. And so the budget has already been passed. So then we rectify any difference fourth quarter.
So am I going to see a similar change on listen, it's still Mr. Trafficant's floor. When I come around, I'll have a similar question on the expenditure.
Mayor, proceed. Mayor Trafficante.
Mr. Trafficante, if I could just interrupt before you go to your next question. Will you ask the superintendent, what are we trying to do to make up that $3 million? One of the things we're introducing again this year, like we did in the last few years, is a retirement incentive. So because right now when a teacher retires, they only carry with them into retirement their single health plan and dental, a single plan. So try to entice them to leave. If they currently have a family plan, we're basically going to give them that family plan for 3 years out. So because again, all they have to do is pay their 20% cost share. So, and again, that's an incentive because again, once you leave, you only get to carry single. If you do want to pay for family, you have to pay the differential full boat. So that can be expensive. So that's another way we're trying to get teachers to retire. And then we make a decision whether the position is warranted for replacement or not.
Mayor, if you could just speak into the mic.
Gotta push the button.
Yeah, he asked how many people
I'm
are
sorry.
taking advantage of the
Right.
retirement incentive. And just so we're clear, it is a narrow scope of employees. It's not for everyone. It's, you have to be 62 as
I
of
see. All right.
June 1st, June 30th of this year. So it is a small window of time that people would be able to avail themselves of the family plan. I don't want people to think it's,
I understand.
ad infinitum that they're allowed to take this.
Joe, in the auditor's letter, they make mention of the fact that you had operating deficits.
So Mr. Trafficante, I'm sorry. So you asked how many people would have
Yeah,
taken advantage of
Joe,
that? Mr. Crudale just informed me that 12 individuals, and they do have until May 11th as the deadline to notify us.
That's good. All right, thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Like I mentioned in the auditor's letter, they mentioned the operating deficits over the past couple of years, Joe. You want to elaborate on that, Joe?
Yes, so, and again, if you go to number 7, as far as the supporting documentation. So he is correct. So from a gap, what I'll define as a gap statement, so generally accepted accounting principles is a method by which at the end of the year, our financial statements are reported on. However, myself and Mr. Strom, I mean, we live in the budgetary world, so that's how we're scored on how well we did against budget. So I'm going to walk you through, again, a few years, 4 years, starting with 2024, 2025 is the most recent year, because again, the 25-26 year is not completed, so I don't have the results of operations. So from a purely gap standpoint, yes, we ran a $3.9 million deficit as reported in the audit report. However, the school department for the last several years has maintained what we call a capital reserve fund. So those are funds that we set aside to manage the cost of small priced capital projects. From an auditing standpoint and a financial accounting standpoint, a capital reserve fund within a school department is not considered a standalone separate fund. So the activity of that fund, good or bad, year over year, is then rolled into basically the operations of our general fund. So you have to peel back that activity to get to the true budgetary results of operations. So if you look at 24, 25, you'll see the first adjustments. The capital reserve fund, we brought in 166,000 worth of housing aid. We spent 1.2 million. So remove that activity. The next reclassification to go from budgetary to GAAP is basically what we call current year encumbrances and prior year encumbrances. That's just the timing of when prior year encumbrances are expended in the current year encumbrances are removed from the current year and moved into the subsequent year. So that year over year change amounted to about an $80,000 adjustment. So taking those two adjustments into consideration, from a pure budgetary standpoint, we ran a $2.9 million deficit. That's further reported in, I'm not sure what page of the city report and audit report, and also the school department audit report. So again, he is correct. From a GAAP standpoint, 3.9. From a pure budgetary standpoint, results of operations, 2.9. 23, 24, you go through that same scenario. From a GAAP standpoint, 1.8. You do the same activity, you remove the capital reserve activity out, you make the same adjustments on the encumbrances. The key difference here, and I believe school committee member Keith Catone mentioned that, we purposely used $2.5 million of our rainy day fund to balance the budget. Because again, we did not receive full funding from the city. The state gave us X number of dollars, but again, we still had a budgetary gap. So again, a decision was made to use one-time use of rainy day funds, 2.5 million. So looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, because again, we consciously made that decision. So again, if you look at it from a budgetary, using one-time revenue, we ran a $215,000 deficit. Without it, we would have been in the hole. Going into 22, 23, surplus, sorry. 22, 23, same scenario. We went from a 651 gap to a 255 budgetary. 21, 22. We actually, from a gap standpoint, ran a surplus, but when you took out the activity, we barely broke even at a $33,000 budgetary surplus. So again, I understand from an accounting standpoint, information is presented, but I'll say there's a story behind the numbers. So you have to peel back and get to what the world I live in, which is the budgetary world. You're welcome.
Mayor, if you could just hold this mic down.
I apologize. I mentioned that special education has been a problem for education through all the school systems. So you mind elaborating on the problem that we're facing with special education aid?
So several years ago, the state added a categorical department, what they refer to as high-cost special education tuition revenue support. So, and again, if you look at the background, the backup for question number 8, this is we annually, all school systems have to produce this report, which is defined as, again, the Cranston Extraordinary Special Education Course Worksheet. So RIDE gives us a figure. They may use, okay, Cranston or everybody, give us all special ed related costs above $26,000 is the base that they use for that particular year. I may be off on the number, but let's just say that's the number. So what we have to do is we have to go student by student, and we have to identify tuition, services, transportation, any reimbursements. If that student is Medicaid eligible, we have to, again, note that so we don't, so to speak, double dip. And we take that into consideration. So the column to the far right, and again, you will see, I mean, I am not providing you with the names of the students, but again, these are individual students that we had to provide services, some type of service for. If you go to the last page, you will see that we provide the state a cost of just over $13 million of expenses. The second half of the backup documentation is the governor, I'm going to use the governor's 2027 allocation that he's going to give Cranston for high-cost special education categorical. In his budget, he's giving us 1.5 million. We are providing him cost of $13 million, and of that, the state is allocating 1.5. It's important to go to the last page of the state aid allocation, the one I just identified, 1.5. The state, in total, for all LEAs in Rhode Island, is only allocating $20 million for this category. Cranston alone is providing the state with $13 million worth of expenses, but the state, unfortunately, statewide, is only allocating $20 million. So when the comment was made earlier that the state needs to do a better job, this is an example where, in my opinion, they need to do a better job.
May I jump in for a moment? If you are looking at that sheet that Joe is just referring to. So the first page and a half identifies that column C as the high cost special education for all of the, say, traditional districts. If you continue on and you look down, the charter schools that we just alluded to, you see a lot of zeros there, which means they do not carry the same costs in that category that we do. And that's something significant that, again, I think citizens need to be aware of, that we are paying a per pupil expenditure that assumes high cost special education in it for us, but they are seeking that same revenue and don't have the costs that we have. So when you have time to look at that governor's recommended education aid worksheet, it really is eye-opening.
The healthcare costs, Joe. I'm sorry, I keep on forgetting he's the mic.
Sure. So healthcare is always a challenge.
Excuse me, Director, I think that's the next thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we could just hold off on that, Mayor, that's the next topic.
Oh, okay.
Joe, I want to go back to the very first question about the contract. You're looking for $4.2 million. Does that $4.2 million cover both salary and benefits or just salary?
No, if I had to break it down, I would probably say 4 million, approximately 4 million is tied to salaries. 200 and some odd dollars is the associated benefits increases. And the reason why it's only $200,000 because someone said, well, that's, the math doesn't work. One of the bigger benefits is certified pension. So that actually, that rate is going down this year compared to next year. So that's good news because again, certified pension is a % of payroll. So again, we're actually seeing a decrease. It is going up because salaries are going up, but this increase could have been worse if the rate had also gone up. But it's it's not going up as much because the rate went down. So when you look at the salary increase on a smaller percentage on certified pension, if that makes sense, that's the reason why it's only a couple $100,000.
So the $2 million you're receiving in state aid is basically going to take care of additional salary accounts, benefits, purchase services, supplies, materials, utilities. Am I correct in saying that?
Almost, because again, right now, again, we have that budget savings to be determined figure of $3 million. So the math just seemed to work. but the ask of the new city dollars is pretty close to what we need for contractual obligations.
I follow you. Joe, I was looking at a chart here, and it's so disappointing. Cranston's spending per student $19,950. And here we have West Warwick spending $2,700 more than Cranston. We have Warwick, and we're the second largest. We have Warwick spending $4,900 more than Cranston. We have Situate, Rhode Island, spending $4,946 more than Cranston per pupil. And lastly, Newport. Newport is spending $11,015 more than the per pupil in Cranston. It's shocking. I was really surprised by this.
That's good or bad. I mean, we actually say we think we're doing a good job with the budget we're given. But that could also work against us as well.
I know the mayor's proposing a $7.4 million tax levy increase, which would generate, if I heard him correctly, roughly around $15 million. And what's disappointing is that we cannot basically give the school department enough money to basically to support their contract, which we ratified. And we can only give you a small portion of that $1.5 million of the $4 million you actually need. I know I speak for this entire council, Joe. I'm sure we're going to make every effort to try to find additional dollars to help the school department out, which is critical to this community.
Yes, and again, just for the record, again, and I'm going to pick on our largest bargaining group, which is the teachers. Again, in the last teacher contract, I think we believe we negotiated a fair contract for both the teachers and then also the taxpayers of Cranston. This year, the first year of the contract, it's 3.75. And then in the second and the third year, I believe it's 2.75. So again, and that's coming off of the previous 3-year contract, where the top step received a 3% in the first year, steps 1 to 11 received 0. In the second year, all top step 1%, steps 1 to 11, 0. The third year of the contract, top step only, 1.5, 1 to 11, 0. Yes, I stand corrected. Actually, in the older one, I believe it was a 1 across the board and then a 1.5 across the board. But in this most one, when I mentioned 3.5, 3.75, 2.75, that was just for top step only. Steps 1 to 11 received as 0.
Thank you, Joe.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
So I noticed in the line items that there was a decrease in additional city appropriation. Can you kind of walk us through what that's going to look like and how it's going to impact us? Sorry. I noticed there was a decrease in the additional city appropriation. How is that going to impact us?
That was his proposal. We'll work on that while I go to Council President Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'm going to start and also thank Mr. Balducci for being so patient with me when I first came into the budget process. You know, many foolish questions I asked. You schooled me and taught me a great deal, to the point where the last budget cycle, your last contract, I felt like I was able to say your words before you had a chance to say them. So thank you, and you greatly appreciate it. I know everybody in the city has great respect for you. So it's good to be before you tonight. I do have a question. And once again, Mr. Strom, I just have to ask it again because I need the numbers to be accurate. And you guys, you may not have, the school department may not have our budget, but on page 22, where they talk about the city's expenditures for the school department, Mr. Strom?
Yes.
the maintenance effort, we have it this year listed at 101, 915, I don't have my glasses on, 05. Okay. That maintenance of effort, that includes what? The 1.5 increase?
No.
That's not included.
That maintenance of effort of 101,915 includes prior year of 99, you see that, 99?
Yep.
Plus the 2 million right underneath of 2,000,006 brings it to the 101,9. And now we're adding another 1.5 to that.
So if I add 1.5 million, so we're gonna see,
It'll be 103,4,
yeah, 103, yeah, approximately 103.4,
right?
all right?
Yep.
And the school department is looking for
105.
105. So I just wanted to make sure those numbers were the same. That's the only thing. So sometimes it's confusing when you compare this binder. It's easy for you, but not, and the binder that we receive.
Yep.
Question, I don't know really who to pose this to. It's a follow-up to Mr. Trafficani's question. Legally, we all, as he mentioned in the onset, the council and the whole city and every elected person okayed these contracts. And they're gonna cost the school department about a little more than $4 million, just the contractual increase. And the school department itself has more employees than all of the rest of the departments in the city combined. They are a department of people who have contracts, right? Being one who sat in your chairs, negotiated on every one of the contractual negotiating teams. I realize how difficult it is, how thoughtful the superintendent is. When you came, we always ask questions, and I appreciate that answer because I heard the answer many times. Given reasonable budgetary increases. I think going forward, I think we have to define what our idea of reasonable is, because we all felt that that was a good answer. And right now, we're gonna short them $2.5 million approximately for contracts, basically to cover the contracts that this body approved of. It's just a commentary. I know we're supposed to be going in the other direction, saving money. We voted, ratified those contracts. So I'm having kind of a conundrum. So this is not on you, Mr. Strom. This is on the people in the room. And we're gonna have to find something, like say, we covered the contracts for the city. As Mr. Trafficani rightly put out, we covered them. And we're not gonna cover contracts for the school department. Somehow I just don't see that as right. That's my commentary tonight. I see your budget. I read it over when you gave it to us 2 months ago. Seemed like a reasonable budget. But right now I'm kind of in this process. I'm still kind of working through how do we fix this? This is a terrible problem. How do we fix it? Because it's not going to be fixed. You're still going to, and how are you going to make up that $2.5 million? And I don't have an answer. So thank you. I'm not going to take the whole idea, but I wanted to make that commentary because it's concerning.
Councilman Ritz.
Just kind of have some comments. You know, I'm a product of Cranston schools myself. My children are in Cranston schools, so I know the education I get and the education they get. I mean, people move to Cranston for the schools, they stay here for the schools. So I know how important this is. I was a school committee member, so I have looked at this budget for years. I know it's an honest budget. I know it's a bare bones budget. I know how hard you guys work. I was in a school recently and 2 teachers were talking about not going over their copy paper allotment. So real world, they're running a tight ship over there. You know, as Mayor Traff said, you know, we're going to work as hard as we can to get close to the 4 million. You know, I am on board with the meeting we had before with looking at bond, you know, between 30 or $50 million to work on those projects too. I think that'll help a lot here. You know, when we look at those pieces of it too, and I think the voters would support something like that. So, you know, whatever we can do to get that out there. As far as that goes, I also am struggling with a 7% tax increase. So it's a balancing act here that we have, and it's getting you guys the most money we can and trying to support you best we can. But I can't support that 7% tax increase. So it's somewhere in the middle. So I guess it's more of an ask, you know, as we try to get you closer, anything we can do with holding on. I know how bad the buildings are, but holding off on those pieces of it a little bit longer till we can try and get that bond money to try and help that bigger piece is really the ask. As far as my questions, I did have 2 or 3. They kind of aligned with what Mayor Traff asked, so I will give the rest of my time to my peer here. Thank you.
Councilman Banano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I say it all the time, I'm gonna say it again, because I know people want to hear it. I am also a product of Cranston Public Schools. My mother taught in the district. My father was the Cranston Public Schools legal counsel for probably 2 decades. Like I said, both my sister and I graduated from Cranston East. Both of my parents graduated from Cranston East. My children both attend Garden City School. I sleep next to a Cranston Public Schools teacher every night. Every night except 2 nights of our marriage, I've been home. I had to go to a conference once. In case you wanted to know. I sleep on the left side of the bed. Anyway. 2 dogs in between us two. Anyhow. Many of my questions were answered. One of them was how many layoffs and how many callbacks. So we can't estimate the amount of callbacks at this juncture. Depends on what happens, is basically what you said.
Yes, it's extremely variable depending on who retires, where the needs are, where we can consolidate, where we can close classrooms, and where at the end of the budget cycle, we absolutely need to have a teacher.
Okay. And is the number of 40 layoffs in the school department of teachers, that's not an estimate, that it's 40 at this point? Sorry, Mike. That person's my wife, by the way. I didn't know. I just want to clear that up too.
35 layoffs. I can confidently say at this point, we're looking at probably not bringing 12 of those back. So you can be confident that we'll be cutting at least 12 teachers, probably more. As far as recalls, the superintendent's
Okay.
point, I can't answer that at this point because we have a job selection process. We have to wait for that to play out to see who we can possibly bring back.
If you could just state your name and job title for people online that don't know you.
They took the mic away from the podium, so I'm kind of squeezing it in. Mike Crudell, 35 Rockwood Ave, Chief Human Resources Officer. But once again, we have a job selection process, so we have to let that play out to see who we could possibly recall. But again, I am confident that at this point, we won't be bringing at least 12 teachers back, which will have a direct correlation to class size and the number of students we see in classes.
I can tell you, because of that person, my wife, the class sizes are already at the limit.
Correct. In many cases, they are.
Yeah. So, and there are certain areas where teachers have, up to 120 students. When 5 years ago they had 80, 90. So, these aren't really questions, but I'm if I'm inaccurate, please let me know. I want to paint a picture for.
That's correct.
Yeah, I want to paint a picture for the people that are out there. So the people of Cranston know what is going on in the school system. And this is a direct result of nearly 2 decades of not funding the schools properly.
That is correct. Yes.
I forgot, Superintendent, not a massive, how long have you been the superintendent?
Since 2015.
Okay. And do you know about how many employees, how many teachers the school department had when you took over?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
All right. Can you answer whether or not it's more or less now or the same?
It depends. If you're talking just certified staff, things have shifted. We have documents over the past recent years that have indicated our support staff has increased, but our certified classroom teachers have decreased. And I think it's important for everyone to realize that if we have students who present themselves to us who have special education or they're multi-language learners, they have additional needs, and legally, we are obligated to provide them services. In addition, we also service students that we do not receive any state aid for. So we service students from the age of 3 all the way through 22. There are certain categories of students that we service either in our schools or in other schools. For example, if we have a student who needs literacy services or special education services, and that child goes to Immaculate Conception, St. Mary's, in some cases, St. Pius in Providence, but the student lives in Cranston, we have to service that student. Those additional out of, say, district students, we have to provide them a service. We are not given state aid for them. So when we're looking at all the state aid coming in and the local appropriation, there are certain costs that are not covered by that not covered by the state, that is entirely borne by Cranston, including sports, transportation. Those are costs that are huge impacts to our budgets that are entirely subsidized by Cranston taxpayers, not from the state.
That's not good. And that's not the understatement of the night. And that's not a recipe for success in education, for sure. I don't know if this body can do anything about that, obviously, but you know, that's not good.
The harbor master job is looking better and better, isn't it, Chris? Yeah.
Well, you missed it, but that's okay. When we are, a lot of the things that we consider here on the council, we look at our peer cities and towns. And Cranston has, sort of usurped Warwick as the second largest municipality in the state. How are we doing as far as funding and levels of teachers versus levels of students in comparison to our peer cities and towns?
So our district has maintained a relatively stable enrollment. That was pointed out, I believe, by the Auditor General, that compared to many school districts, we have not experienced a significant decline in population. However, despite that, we have, and I do have some documents here put together for us by the Annenberg Institute at Brown University that shows us, excuse me, that our enrollment has remained stable, but our staffing is declining compared to other districts. And Warwick sadly has lost a significant amount of population, and their budget is still significantly higher than ours.
And they have, within a standard deviation of the population as well, as far as actual human beings. There's a joke that we have with the Warwick City Council that if you unlocked every door in Cranston, they would have more people, because we kind of count the people that are at the ACI. So we joke about that back and forth. So Warwick and Cranston very similar in numbers as far as population. You talked about the retirement incentive. I have just a couple more questions. Mr. Balducci talked about the raises that teachers are getting, but at least as far as my household is concerned, I believe the healthcare costs rose that the teachers and the members of the Cranston Teachers Alliance contribute to the healthcare almost the exact amount as oh, that's next. Okay, I'll come back to that then. I have two more questions. What is the difference in salary between a first-year teacher and a top step teacher?
Just give me 1 second.
It doesn't have to be exact to the penny.
So in the fiscal year we're in right now, a step one teacher is going to be making $51,132. A top step, which is the 11th step, is going to be making $92,995. In the last year of their contract, 27-28, first step is actually still going to be making 51,132, because again, as I mentioned earlier, the only group that got a raise was the top step. The top step teacher, because again, they are the only group that will be getting a raise, is going to be making $98,180 in the third and final year of the contract.
Significant difference. And I think that we can point to the fact that people can no longer retire at the age that they thought they could is having a significant impact on not only Cranston schools, but every municipal or state, every municipal or state employee in Rhode Island. And yeah, all right, let's do pension reform. But now that that's, 10, 12 years, we're 10 or 12 years into it, we're seeing that, we robbed Peter to pay Paul, because the teachers are staying longer and we have to pay somebody $40,000 more for 10, 12, 15 more years instead of paying less.
Can I
So,
just add to that?
absolutely.
With so about 80% of our teaching, just strictly certified teachers, 80% are at top step. With that, you also have increased health implications for our staff and
I'm
the
going to say that, but I
healthcare
didn't want
costs.
Chairman Andujar to yell at me about
Yeah,
it.
no, I won't go into detail about that, but, and our longevity is only for people who have worked 20 years or more. So when we look at longevity in our budget, that is only for staff members who have been teachers for over 20 years.
I'm gonna wrap up, and I thank the committee's indulgence for letting me speak a little longer than most people probably would.
Chris, may I just elaborate on one thing you said?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Chris, that even though teachers are staying longer, we're losing our younger teachers because of layoffs. And we're losing a much younger staff. That's very unfortunate. That's the future of the city.
And at $51,000, they can go to another district for $61,000 and not have a 30-person classroom. I just want to mention a couple things, and I'm saying this for the public's knowledge. My sister-in-law works at Cranston West. My wife works at Hope Highlands. And because of budget constraints, and I'm not laying blame at anybody, by the way, so I don't want anybody to take it this way. But because of budget constraints, my wife's heat in her classroom was at 85 degrees for 3 months during the summer. I can't work in 85 degrees. I feel like it's 85 degrees in here now, but I don't know anybody who can do that. Okay. So what does she do? She opened the windows, which makes the heat crank more. Okay. I know what I pay for heat in my house, and I'm sure that, heat's expensive. My sister-in-law works at Cranston West. Walls have collapsed, ceilings have fallen in where a student just got up to hand their paper in and the ceiling collapsed. What if that student was sitting there? Okay. And there are leaks. Rains inside. I don't think that's supposed to happen. A shade fell. We don't have shades in here, but a shade fell. Pull shade. You know how long that took to get appropriated? A shade that you can buy on Amazon for $5. It took 3 months to get a shade. And you know what the kicker is? There was a student with a disability with her eyes. I don't know exactly what it was. That was in that classroom that had to deal with that and her, for lack of a better term, disability. And she wasn't in her best learning environment because of a $5 shade. That is not what I am proud of about our city today. And I have children. My children will have children, I hope. And, there are people that don't have kids in the schools and they forget about it. I've heard a few times from people who probably should have paid more attention in school, that because they don't send their kids to school, they don't want to hear about the school department. I don't know anybody that can be proud of what I just said. And we as a body need to do better with that. Mr. Melillo said it wasn't our fault, but it's our responsibility. And that's a pretty damn good quote. So I hope You know, I don't want, and I echo Councilman Ritz. I don't like 7.5%. I don't like 6%. I don't like 5%. Okay? But it's a balance. And it always should be a balance. And especially now, we need to work together to achieve a balance, to get our city back to the way it should be. And frankly, you know, we all need to do better. Thank you.
Councilman Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for the wonderful work you're doing for our students, especially for my two granddaughters. Thank you. I have a question. I don't know if you're using as a generic term when you say teachers, when you talk about the layoffs. The school systems are made up of many different employees. Is it just teachers you're targeting? Because that directly affects school size, or is it other areas?
All staff.
This was a little confused when you keep saying teachers.
All staff.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. President.
So, but just to follow up, right now you have 40 teachers. That was just one collective bargaining unit, right?
35 teachers on layoff.
35
yes.
teachers on layoff. In all probability, at the end of this cycle, you're going to have 12 who are actually laid off and not going to be called back. So to follow up on Councilman Campiano's question, what other employees are laid off and what numbers are, because he's correct. We have there's what, 6 different collective bargaining units. Tell us a little bit more about the other layoffs.
So we are, like the city, trying to do it by attrition and not lay people off. We have until June 1st to do that. So again, it really depends on what happens here. We are trying to reallocate staff with retirements. So if an administrative assistant retires, if we can not fill the job, disperse the duties to other folks, consolidate, redeploy people, we are doing that as well. But we will, again, not that we're holding back, but we need to see where our finances are. I don't want to lay people off and not be serious about that. We need to make sure that if that's going to happen, it happens before June 1st.
And because of contractual language and also the state law, you had to notify those teachers at an earlier date. It's a different parameters. That's something I know quite well.
Correct, yes.
But the other part,
Teachers need to be notified by March 1st. Other staff, we use June 1st.
Thank you. I just want to follow up. So that could be additional layoffs outside that those aren't teachers, but as I said before, you're a department of people. You put people in. Most of your expenses are in the people who work with the kids, work in the schools.
And I will again stress that we have legal obligations that we do not have the ability to just circumvent or shirk.
Can I follow up one more thing? Is that all right? And the question is, if you do lay off teachers and your class sizes grow, the teachers don't contractually, they don't just take the kids. There is a cost associated with that.
If we go over the contractual cap, which is a limit set by the contract depending on the level. So K1 and 2 have a certain number, 3, 4, 5, on and on. At the secondary level, that student number is 30 students per classroom. And I don't think anyone in this room thinks having 30 students in a classroom is a good thing.
And as you go over that number, you have to pay those
Correct.
teachers per student. That's a contractual number. So there's savings, but that savings will be less.
Ebb and flow.
You know,
So if I'm a high school English teacher and I have 32 students in my class for a semester, we have to pay for those extra 2 students, which are beyond the contractual agreement. So we have to pay the teacher a certain amount of money.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
In, say, the elementary schools, will you have to send the kids to other schools if they can't host them in, say, I don't know, Glen Hills or Garden City or something like that? Will they have to go to a different school than they're districted for?
We really try not to do that because we recognize that many families want their children to go to their neighborhood school. So in that case, we weigh whether or not moving a child, because then we have to provide transportation as well, which is better for the child, for the class. I mean, if you have a classroom and there's 25 students and 3 more students want to be there, that's difficult. If it's 1 student, we may, so it's really made on a case-by-case basis. At the secondary level, I don't want to say it's easier, but we have more ability to spread students out. At the elementary level, it's a little trickier.
Madam Clerk, please note for the record that Councilwoman Graziano is here. Councilwoman Graziano, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to apologize. I had to work for a couple hours during the meeting. Thank you for everything you guys do. I'm obviously one of the supporting people that wants to make this budget work. But we have a really large road ahead of us. And it couldn't come at a worse time for you all. And that puts all of us in a precarious situation. So, and I apologize for if this has already been said, but can you give me a little bit of a breakdown on, there was some mention about selling buildings and how that'll affect you all with the construction projections that you gave us for the schools that needed immediate attention that would go out to bonding, and what schools would be sold and where that money would be going?
So right now, once Gladstone opens, the students who are Gladstone students are housed at Barrows and Waterman. We will vacate those buildings, and the school committee votes to then turn those buildings back to city care. They're always city buildings, and let's keep that in mind. We have care and control when we have them as our schools. They are always city buildings. So when the students move back into the new Gladstone, those 2 buildings will return back to the city. They can sell the building, sell the property, and use that money however the city sees fit. The other buildings that we are keeping is, we are keeping Arlington, and we are moving our preschool students into Arlington. That building will require some maintenance and renovations. And we are hoping also to keep the Early Childhood Center, which is on Sprague Avenue. And we will use that building as well. But we are hoping to centralize all of our services for the preschools at Arlington.
So through the chair, so there was mention last night at the administration's proposal that $750,000 of the sale of Chester Barrows would be headed to assisting in the structural repairs of the schools. Is that true?
No, initially we had planned on using Barrows to expand our in-district special education programs. So right now we have special education programs that are not located within our school buildings for a certain population of student. We were hoping to use Barrows to expand our ability to service those students without putting them in an out-of-district tuition, that list that we just looked at. So the sale of Barrows was discussed as providing us with kind of an offset to that special ed tuition that we were hoping to avoid by using Barrows, but the city is going to take Barrows and sell. Am I making sense? It's very late. I just want to make sure I'm not talking in circles to you.
Sorry, I did get a little.
Okay.
But they're selling Barrows.
So if the city sells Barrows, the school department, the agreement we have is that the school department would receive $750,000 in a one-time payment, if you will, to offset special education tuitions that we would have avoided had we used the building to provide our own special education services.
But doesn't this pose an issue down the road for next year when you need that money and we don't have a building to sell?
Absolutely, yes. That's the quick answer, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
While we appre- while
Graziano.
we appreciate the one-time
that-
contribution.
That money is not going to be part of the maintenance of effort. So you're right. It will not be there the following year.
But that will be a concern going forward.
Next question.
Okay, sorry. Mind if I keep going? Okay, so that that is a number one concern that now we're still $750,000 down for your program. Waterman, what is happening with that?
So Waterman will be vacated completely, and the city will take care and control of that probably at the end of the summer, once all of our staff have moved their things out of there.
Okay, but the status of where it goes from there is still unknown.
That would be under the city's
Got it.
review. I believe the idea would be to sell those properties and replenish the rainy day fund.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I looked over briefly, it was mentioned tonight earlier, out of district busing. What is, we're negative on that number? We actually, I'm asking some reimbursement, but we don't get full reimbursement. Is that correct?
So the only reimbursement we receive is for the parochial and private busing that we have to accommodate. And right now in the governor's budget, it actually is going down. Currently, we receive $1 million in support.
Yep.
And in the governor's budget, that's down to about 763,000.
Okay.
So that support is going down about $240,000.
$240,000 for, this is private schools and Catholic schools.
Correct, yes.
So you just lost $800,000 or 760?
We lost 200,000.
Two-
Because again, we're gonna get $760-ish thousand as per the governor's budget next year. But currently, we're receiving $1 million, so
Right.
we're losing about 200 and some odd thousand.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you said you were going down to 240. No, that's what you're going to be losing.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
And
Correct.
that isn't, we talk about it being in the governor's budget. That isn't cash in the door. What they do is they establish a kind of a credit, and we work off that credit. We do still incur costs beyond the credit that we get. In explaining it, I used to say it's like a gift card for transportation. Once that gift card is used, the additional costs then fall back on the district.
Okay. And that cost is incorporated into the new budget? That loss?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and just to put this on the record, so.
Madam Councilwoman, can you give me a second? Can you guys lower it down over there so we can continue this? Continue, Councilwoman.
You. And just to get an idea, so there is also a concern, I might have missed the first part of it, about like the state of what's happening with the city. And would that put your bonding that you're proposing to do the structural repairs to the school system, would that potentially impact that if we can't get this sort of under control and keep our bond rating?
It's my understanding that not having a robust rainy day fund could compromise your bonding authority.
Thank you.
Finally, thank
No,
you.
I was gonna call the council president, because I believe he had a question,
He's not
but you know
there.
what? I'll let you go. How's
Thank you
that?
so much for being so polite and courteous.
Make sure you ask all your questions. Councilwoman Horoyan, the
Oh,
floor
I
is yours.
will. I take pride in knowing the budget. Okay, my first question is, I am not a Cranston High School graduate. I do not have children in the school department.
Okay, well,
But I do realize how important the education is for the Cranston residents, and we deserve and we owe it to them to give it to them, and with the leadership we have. So thank you, and a shout out to any teacher that went to education and is working for $51,000. My question starts with, children in DCYF custody and that are homeless, it's our obligation to provide for them. Do you know about how many homeless children we have in the school department at this time, or DCYF children? And do we get state aid for them because they're homeless and there's no address with them?
I want to say children in foster care are around 40. Oh, hello, Mrs. Cole. Around 40 students in foster care and about 80 students identifying as homeless at this time.
Do we get state aid for them?
Yes.
We do, okay. Second of all, earlier you stated you would be putting together a committee this summer to work on things. Will a member from council be on that committee?
Would you like to be on?
Absolutely. I'll ask all my questions.
Okay.
The school department, when you receive a grant, who writes the grants? Is it do you have someone on your staff, or do you use the city grant writer?
We do all of our grant submissions on our own.
Okay, thank you. I kind of have questions everywhere. This was a big one that really stuck out with the special ed, extreme care, the 20 million. Is that in stone that all we will get reimbursed with the whole state? Like, could it change when the governor actually presents his budget?
I believe that's a categorical fund. So that's one lump sum of money that gets dispersed throughout the whole state. That is up to anybody who has an effect on the budget.
Okay. Most of those, I'm assuming, are probably Medicaid. Does the advocates fight for more money in that budget so the children get what they need?
We have often said that the high cost special education needs to be funded more through the state. I know you're all familiar with the work the Rhode Island Foundation did recently with a report suggesting that the state take on more of that responsibility for students who have extreme needs. And that would help all the districts with this cost. But at this time, there is only 20 million set aside for the entire state. And Cranston alone has $13 million and so think about that disparity.
We have 32 cities and towns. That doesn't equal 9, okay.
Yeah, 34 school departments. We have a couple regionals. Yeah.
Also, how is our enrollment? Has it declined or gone up in the last 5 years?
It's been pretty steady. Maybe a 200 student swing either way. Again, we do maintain a pretty steady enrollment.
I know we talked about class sizes in the state law and being high school students. What is the state law for like a first and second grade? Because I can't imagine 31st graders in one class.
There is no state law. That is a local decision and usually based on a contractual agreement.
I think that's all I have, actually.
Mr. President.
I just wanted to revisit the building sale money, the $750,000. So that is going to go and someone's going to speak to this matter. I just want to be clear because it sounded to me, and I want to know a little clarification. Is this going toward the school department's maintenance for effort? And if not, let's perhaps get that on the record.
Hi, thank you. The agreement, as I understand it, as the mayor explained it to me, was it was supposed to be $750,000, a one-time payment, which was understood, and I'm looking at an email that says that, but it was supposed to be it was in the speech, as the mayor understood it, to go into a restricted account to pay to fix things in buildings, not to subsidize any tuition, because then we would be actively helping to create a structural deficit, which is not our goal. So the solicitor should get something in writing with your legal, but that's what it was meant to be paid for. We're selling a building, capital, paying for something, capital. That's, I believe, also in our charter somewhere, you're supposed to pay for capital expenses with sales of buildings. So I just want to, I don't know, I wasn't in that meeting, but that's how it was explained to me. So I just want to get that on the record. Also, while I'm standing here, you have a grant writer. as a position though, correct?
We have a fiscal grant supervisor. Basically, he handles all the accounting associated with the school department's 12-ish million dollars worth of grants. Correct.
Because
Part of my
so
staff.
most of the grants come from RIDE, right?
No, actually, we do have a number of private grants
Mhm.
through the foundations, chaplain and so forth. We have state grants and of course we have the federal grants.
Okay. But a majority of them are the state RIDE stuff? I just
Dollar-wise,
remember
yes.
asking that question when I was on the council.
Yes, dollar-wise, the majority are federal grants, Title I, Title II, IDEA, yes,
And that grant person manages
all of them,
that and applies for them?
absolutely.
Okay, so essentially a grant writer for those grants.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to circle back to Solicitor Malay, is there a document coming to the superintendent regarding that 700? All right, so before the budget's over, we'll have that in writing, just so going forward, there's no confusion. Thank you.
Through the chairman, can council also ask for a copy of that legal letter? No. Can council also get a copy of that letter? Thank you.
Mayor Trafficante.
I just want to remind the council of this. And I don't know if you heard Joe correctly. If we don't find the $2.5 million for the contract that they're short right now they're proposing making $3 million in cuts. $3 million in cuts on the school side, which is going to impact classroom. There's no doubt about it. Classroom teachers are going to be laid off. I realize that many of us were not here during 23, 24, and 24, 25. It makes absolutely no difference. We're here now. We're here now. We have to find this money somehow. And I know 7.4% tax levy is not going to be pretty, and it's not going to sit well with the general public, but we don't have a choice. It's going to generate $15 million. Of that $15 million, 13.5 is going to the city side to take care of the problems that occurred on the city side. What the school department is asking for us to do is to find the $2.5 million of a contract that we all ratified. That's what I want to say.
Is there anyone else? Seeing none, Madam Superintendent, everyone here is thinking that we're going to get this money, but let's say we don't get it and you don't get nothing. Walk me through a day at Stadium in November with no money this year.
I won't say it's just specific to Stadium. But over.
Stadium's in Ward 3, that's why.
Yeah, I got you. Every single school will have to have the maximum number of students in classrooms. By state law, we have until June 1st to lay off all certified staff. So folks who kind of escaped a layoff on February, by February or March 1st, we will have to revisit that, cut deeper into our staff and cut staffing. We will have to look at our transportation, cut bus routes. Again, the services that people enjoy, and I don't want to say take for granted because I don't think anyone takes what we do for granted, but we will look significantly different to our customers, to our constituents. The school buildings and the $750,000 for school buildings, whatever that's for, will be great because we need that. The buildings are in dire need, but our operations, our day-to-day, how we do things will look different. I worry about the safety of kids when you have that many students in large classrooms without the appropriate staff to serve them. I worry about the quality of the education in that time. And I don't know if it would be morally impossible to start closing schools before September. But that will be the road we have to take over the summer with that organizational group that we're talking about to really look at staff, look at enrollment. And again, there's a lot of development on the western side of the city that is impacting our schools. So we have to look at where our students are and make sure we have the schools open. We can't close. We can't just shut down and say, hey, everybody, you have to go somewhere else. So we have a list of things that we will be cutting. It will significantly impact not just our schools, but our rec programs, our partners throughout the community. There will be significant ripple effects throughout the city if this happens. And I please don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to, I don't want to sound threatening when I say that. I'm just being realistic that what we do impacts a lot of other organizations and agencies within the city.
Well, Madam Superintendent, while everyone here is thanking you, I want to apologize to you, to the school, the teachers of the school department, to the teachers' aides, to the laborers, to our school board, especially Mr. Malillo, works his behind off. We've been here for an hour negotiating our kids' futures. And everybody on this council needs to decide which way they're voting, because as everybody heard in the beginning of this, on the beginning of the first meeting, we need 7 votes. And I could count, and I don't see 7 votes yet. So I want to apologize to you, to all the teachers, to everyone. With all due respect, Mr. Fusco, on behalf of the residents of Ward 3, I apologize, because we shouldn't be here right now for an hour negotiating our kids' futures, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Fusco agrees with me. So thank you. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, I guess we could move on to the health side of this. I'm going to start with Mr. Bonanno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a product of Chris. Oh, never mind. I had one question I was going to ask before. I'll wait a second. Oh, wait a minute.
It's a school night, Mr. Bonanno. They have
I
to
know
go
it
home.
is.
Should we take a recess?
No, I just wanted everybody to kind of file out so people could hear. So my only question, they were all right here. I'm all set. I started to ask this question before, and it was about the teachers' raises and the healthcare costs associated with it. And what, unfortunately, a lot of people in the public glom onto is when somebody in a public position gets a raise. But they, either the media doesn't report it or it doesn't permeate that there were healthcare costs that rose almost $1 for $1. At least it was in my house. So I just wanted you to sort of expound on that a little bit and how, and then I do have one more question about the age of people, and you mentioned it before, but
Sure.
what was the actual
So for
situation
the
with the
last
healthcare?
2 budget years, we've had to increase the health line item 15% one year, 10% the following year. So I agree with you. Unfortunately, while we did give out raises, those impact on the increased cost of health pretty much erased the raises in some cases. We're self-insured, so we are with one of 3 collaboratives that are in Rhode Island. We're part of the WB Health Collaborative. There was a group actually referred to as RIMIC that handled the northern section of the state. They have since dissolved. Also now there are 2 collaboratives, the one we belong to and the trust, the Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust has the other collaborative. So again, how a collaborative works, again, we put in approximately $2.5 million into a fund, and then on a monthly basis, the fund pays the actual claims to Blue Cross and Delta Dental. For the last few years, the claims have outpaced the revenue. So Cranston Public Schools, in that fund, we have a cumulative deficit of just over $9 million. So we are trying to erase that deficit. How we're doing it, we are in year 2 of a 3-year contract with Blue Cross, where we, the collaborative, enjoy all the RX rebates. Where in past years, Blue Cross used to keep the rebates. Under that arrangement, Cranston alone is scheduled to get annually $4.5 million. So we hope that 4.5 million outpaces the increase in claims. We're not there yet, but that's the game plan. But in next year's budget, the good news is we're only budgeting a 3.5% raise, increase in the health area. I've been told by the collaborative, right now, health is the working rates, as we call it, or the premium that we're charged, is on the health side is going up 3%, on the dental side 1%. But the dental portion of the overall claims is so insignificant. When you blend the 3.5% budgetary, that will cover the claims increase. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, yes, it does. But yes, it does in very, very good detail. My point was to sort of elucidate that, yeah, all right, teachers got a raise. But in many cases, at least a teacher with a family plan, that raise was virtually erased by the increase in healthcare costs. So, you know, I don't know who out there, whether it's in private sector, public sector, whether you're, you know, a sanitation engineer, a school teacher, or a doctor, who wants to work for the same amount of money over, or who can afford to work for the same amount of money over 6 or 9 years, 2 or 3 contracts. I developed a follow-up question, and with Cranston being self-insured, this has been a question since I got on the council, both on the city side and the school side. Does that actually save us money in 2026? I know when it was implemented, probably around the time I was born, it did. But is that in 2026 something that's sustainable for the future to be self-insured?
I believe in the model. I believe we are a large enough district where that model works. Are we hitting a bump in the road? Absolutely. But however, our only alternative is to just pay the money into Blue Cross. And if we have a good year, I doubt Blue Cross is going to roll our rates to fire because they're just going to increase it. So I think we as a collaborative, we're trying to make decisions to try to maintain costs. I'll give you an example. So we, Cranston Public Schools, are obligated for the first $250,000 worth of health claims for each individual we cover. Then we go purchase what we call reinsurance, or we go out to the market. So for $1 above the 250 up to unlimited, Blue Cross will cover that expense. We, several years ago, as a collaborative, we said, let's fill the gap. Well, let's increase the gap. So Cranston's obligated for 250. The collaborative is obligated from 250 now up to 650,000. So instead of just sending them on to Blue Cross and say, hey, hopefully we have a good year. So now we've taken on some additional risk, but if we manage it properly, the collaborative hopefully will have a surplus at the end of the year. Then we go buy insurance from 650 up to $1 million. When you do that, just like car insurance, if it's the larger deductible, the lower your premium. So that's how we're managing that piece of the operations. And it seems to work.
Okay, thank you. One last question. Previously, if you worked 33 years, you could retire. 32, I'm sorry. Didn't matter how old you were. Now it's the rule of, is it 90 or 95? I don't know, 95. I'll be dead by the time I get to that point, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to retire. But with that rule of 95, is it possible to estimate how many more dollars are spent on healthcare for individuals that would have previously retired? And has that ever been thought about? I understand if I don't know. Okay, that's fine. It's a tough question to answer, but it's money. suffice it to say, there are dollars going out for those people, and it's not insignificant.
One would think that as someone gets older, the need for healthcare increases. So if they still remain as an active employee on our books, one would think that those costs have increased.
So has the school department, or do you know of anybody that's looked at that to determine how much more that's costing?
I don't think we have, but I
Okay.
also want to remind you that when folks could retire at the age of 58, 58, 59, back in the day, as they say, they got healthcare for life. We don't do that anymore. So if you retire and you're not 65, you're only provided the opportunity to purchase your individual healthcare by giving us a co-share up until age 65. So you combine the two, and I understand, while I am in that group that probably could have already been retired or within a couple of years of it, and that now it's extended out. I think the idea was to increase the number of years people contribute to the pension fund before they start to draw from it. So the healthcare in many cases was also provided to folks post-retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Superintendent.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. Councilman Bonanno did ask a couple of my questions regarding the self-insuring. So you're in year 2, you're projected to get 4.5 million back in reimbursement. Year 3, you would assume the same thing, so that if there's no real issues, you would cover that 9 million gap.
As long as the claims don't continue to outpace the monthly contribution.
Do you envision after year 3 contract is done, if you're not seeing, well, 2 questions. If you don't make up the 9 million in the next 2 years, you'll owe it? Yeah.
So again, the RX contract that we currently have in place with Blue Cross, beginning in September, the collaborative will already start the process of sending out another RFP. When we did this is our first RX contract. We decided to stay, as a collaborative, we decided to stay with Blue Cross. But there was a national firm at the time, as an organization, they were willing to give us $31 million back. Blue Cross did sharpen their pencil and did go from their original RFP response from 25 million up to 30 million. So we actually, again, as we said, we gave Blue Cross the hometown discount and we stayed with Blue Cross. But I think now that we've done this as a collaborative, we know that market space a lot better. So I think we're going to be more aggressive in looking at possibly a national firm to take over.
Okay, that's what I was sort of getting at. But in the end, it is still possible you could owe some money.
Yes.
And then when you're assessing overall healthcare versus the budget, do you feel like this is a huge weight and burden on the entire budget? Or do you feel like it's managed well enough that it's not a huge burden on the overall budget? Like, is it causing significant increases in the budget? Or are we just looking at the fact of exactly what you're saying? Like, we need to increase staff for salaries. We have increased costs due to inflation. Is this a big burden on that budget?
The last few years, yes, it has been. But prior to that, and Councilman Trafficante, as a school committee member, he would remember, because he would always ask me that question, how much did we have in reserves at the collaborative? And again, as a superintendent back in the day, we had 6.5 million in excess reserves that we could then use, and we did it strategically. We would say, okay, the underwriters of Blue Cross is saying you should be increasing your rates by 5%. And we didn't want to pass down that additional burden to the teachers, and we would say, no, we'll eat that 5% because we have $6 million in reserves. We've lost that luxury. So to answer your question, yes, it has been a budgetary concern.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess and then we're coming in with fire. Ready to go? Clerk, we're about to start. All right, I guess we're live. Chief, I'd like to welcome you. For right now, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. My first time here, so I don't know what really.
Well, you just give a little speech and then we'll ask you a bunch of questions.
Okay.
If you want to skip that, that's fine.
I worked hard with. Bob.
Just gotta hit the, oh, no, you're
It's
on,
on.
you're on. Yep, you're good.
See the green light? Okay. I worked hard with Bob Strom and Director Moretti to trim as much as I can off the budget, and we're doing as best we can to save money.
Thank you, Chief. Mrs. DeMille?
Chief and Director, as I'd asked the same question with reference to the the police, there was some unestimated expenditures in the previous budget, in the current year we're in. Do you feel that the budget that has been presented and put together by you and Bob Strom is what is adequate to cover those expenditures?
For the most part, yes. The only thing that I'm worried about, as everybody's mentioned, is the cost of fuel. But we know with this conflict in the Middle East, fuel prices have gone up dramatically. And as far as I can tell, there's no sight to the end. And that's the only place that I have concerns.
And just on one specific line item, I actually have a question that is the opposite of what I usually ask. So your overtime in the new budget is 6.3 million. And the actual for fiscal 25 was 6,073,000. And you're trending this year moving forward at about 6.1, maybe a little bit more. Just a general question. Do you actually think that the 6.3 might be a little strong and that it actually might not go to that number on overtime?
At this point in time, summertime is usually the time where we have the most overtime. Everybody's on vacation during the nice weather, and it's mostly the senior guys, and we do end up with a lot of overtime during the summer months. I think 6.3 million is probably right on target. July 1, there is a contractual raise to everybody's salary, and which will also increase the cost of overtime. We run 5 short. Right now, we're 12 firefighters short, and we are waiting for the fiscal year to start so we can hire people. Contractually, the administration's able to keep us 5 short, which also increases overtime. So I think 6.3 is a good target, and we will try to stay under that.
And just one last question. It looks like in the revenue end, there are no grants for the budgetary period. Am I
Right now, we do
seeing that
have-
correct?
We do have 2 grants right now. And we have 2 grants that just expired. The SAFER grant, I just put in for the last $2,000, couple $100,000, and that grant is ended. Unfortunately, the Department of Homeland Security is closed, so we cannot apply for any more grants through Department of Homeland Security. But we have applied for a $1,250,000 grant through Seth Magazina's office, and that's in the final stages of selection. And we also have a $545,000 grant that I applied for through the Department of Homeland Security for the cybersecurity grant. And we are in the final selection on that, but it's been on hold since Department of Homeland Security is closed.
Thank you. That makes a lot more sense then.
Councilman Ritz.
Sorry, I just had a few questions here. So the injured on duty, that number jumps around a lot. So I was just wondering, it does move around. Is it different policies, different procedures that's kind of bringing that number back down?
Yes, it was up as high as 22. Then I got promoted into this spot, and my spot is Assistant Chief in the administration. And my job is basically to police IODs, sick leave, that sort of thing, and any kind of personnel issues. I've been working quite diligently to bring the number down. And the problem we have is, as Councilman Bonanno said, the pension reform. Pension reform keeps our firefighters there longer. This is a very physical job. Older people tend to get injured more easily when they're doing a physical job. So that's keeping our numbers fluctuating greatly. And right now I have I have 15 firefighters on occupational injury. 7 of those are waiting for decisions from the pension board. 3 of those are waiting for MRIs. 2 are in physical therapy. 1 had surgery, and 2 have a cardiac issue. They're waiting for a cardiologist clearance to come back to work.
Chief, how many for the pension board?
In total, or IOD that's on waiting for the pension from the state?
7.
Councilman Ritz.
A couple more on, you have a very detailed budget, but with the departmental expenses, do you know what else is in that category? Because you have a lot of stuff laid out there. I just didn't know what else was in that group. I don't know if that's for Bob or.
Departmental expenses is basically for, there's a lot there. Paper, office supplies. What else do we do in that? We have 6 fire stations, so, you know, we have 43 firefighters on duty every single day, every single night. So those expenses are for like toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning supplies, that sort of stuff.
And then my other one was just the replacement fire truck. So it has $250,000 budget in there. I assume a fire truck costs more than that. Is that just maintenance or?
That's replacement vehicles.
Vehicles.
That is for our staff vehicles. Right now, we haven't replaced a staff vehicle in 3 years. And last year, we had to abandon, or I should say scrap, 5 vehicles. And the year before that, 4, because it wouldn't pass inspection. They were all rotted. So right now, I'm down 7 vehicles that I need to replace. And we're in a spot where if I don't replace something, my inspection guy or my inspection guys can't go out and do inspections for house sales and stuff because they don't have anything to drive. No, this year we're 2.
Okay. Follow up on the IOD. We've been trying for years to try to get some of these firefighters who are definitely disabled, have doctor's letters that say they can't come back. And the state of Rhode Island has not allowed them to physically, retire as a disability candidate. And that's hurt us also because some of them, I believe, the chief can verify it, they've been out 3, 4, 5 years. And they're still collecting a pay, but we can't utilize their services and we have to fill that position with overtime usually.
Sure, no, it makes sense. Yeah, and that number's going in the right direction. I just was wondering if that's an accurate one, and if not, if something else could cause it to spike up over there. And then my last one, public safety, like I said to the police department, is very important to me. But we're in a tough budget thing. I'm sure you guys went through it, but is there anything, any programs or anything we can hold over to next year while we try and sort through this?
I really worked hard and had to make some really difficult decisions to come up with this plan. With the help of Director Moretti and Bob Strom, I think this is as bare bones as we can get, to be honest with you. And even them lowering the fuel budget, even with my concern, and again, it's all oil futures. And I'm hoping that the price of diesel and gasoline does come down significantly so we can make it work.
Our auditor has a follow-up.
Director Strom, is it a fair assessment to say those 7 firefighters that are on IOD costs the city about $700,000 annually. So to put it in perspective, if you take just the 700,000 at time and a half, if that's the overtime, that's over $1 million right there.
Yeah, you have to pay those guys too. So you pay them their salary, then you pay somebody time and a half to work your spot.
The floor is yours, Councilman Ritz. Moving on to Councilman Campobiano.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for what you do for our city and keeping us safe. Being a car guy, I got 2 car questions. When you scrap the vehicles, do they show up in revenue?
I don't know that answer. Well, I give them back to Mark Hazy, and we send them out, and they send them out to auction, I guess.
Yeah, Councilman, we do have what they call scrap sales, and that's part of it. It's under revenue, under finance. So it's in that category.
Okay. All right. My other question,
All of our vehicles are registered to the city of Cranston, not to the fire department.
all right. My next question, I see $55,000 in tires and tubes, and I see $260,000 worth of fuel. And I'm trying to figure out how you can wear out $55,000 with tires on like 88,000 miles when you calculate how far you went.
Okay, so truck tires are very different from car tires. A truck weighs tens of thousands of pounds, which puts extra pressure on tires. They don't last as long as a car tire does. And they cost probably 10 times the amount as a car tire. And as far as fuel goes, on average, we use 55,000 gallons of diesel every year. So it's a lot of fuel, and why it's up there.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying you can't get many miles to the gallon, so they must wear out really quick.
Well, don't forget, we have 10 fire engines, 4 ladder trucks, 2 special hazards, hazmat truck, and 10 rescues that we, plus all the cars that we have to replace tires for.
Mayor Trafficante.
Chief,
Yes, by contract, the city administration can hold open 5 firefighter positions and not fund them.
I guess we could come back to it.
so they are funded but not filled at the present time. Okay, all right. Okay, check that out for me. Chief, in your severance, has $600,000 based on anticipated retirements. Are you anticipating a certain amount of men leaving in the forthcoming year?
Yes, I'm anticipating 2 people leaving in July, and I'm expecting 2 more people in August. And this year, the chief is retiring tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, okay. So that's understandable then. Now, I'm a little curious about this annuity. 496,000. What is that, the annuity? Is that a separate pension?
That's a contractual thing that the firefighters did with the administration when we went from a city pension to the state pension.
So there's actually 2 separate pensions then. One is it's from the regular
Yeah,
pension.
it's like a 401k.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I knew I should have been a firefighter.
Councilman, also, they have a full complement. Every position has been funded,
Yeah.
but maybe not filled.
All right, very good. I just want to compliment your repair shop. And I know those guys that work there, and they do a heck of a job with the engines and the ladders and the ambulances. They work their tail off, and they do a heck of a job for you. I want to compliment them.
They do. I agree with you, sir.
I believe Councilwoman Heroin has a statement to say.
I just want to thank you guys for all you do, especially Ahmed. He's been fabulous with me with my fire safety inspections, being safety chair. I don't have any questions because like Chris, who has the bonus of the significant other, I have that bonus. So I'm not going to waste anyone's time. So thank you.
Councilman Banano.
Thank you. It's okay. I got big shoulders. I'm looking for the rescue revenue. And I don't know where it is. Yeah, like the rescue revenue, the bill. I can't find it in here, and I'm sure it is. I'm not questioning it's not. I just don't know where it is. Page 5? Okay. So last year, no, so page 5 is city clerk. Anyway, last year at the end of the budget, the third-party rescue wasn't funded properly, and there was a small discrepancy. And in the contract we have for the billing, so I wanted to make sure that that was rectified in this budget. I wish I could find where the hell it is so I could point it out. Other revenues? Okay. All right, thank you for letting me know. All right. That was the only question I had. So most people don't know how this works. Can you explain that a little bit when you go on a rescue run and how it works and the mutual aid, there's no reimbursement unless it's from an insurance company or a patient. Is that right?
Well, what we do is when we send a rescue out for a run, there's two types of ways to bill, either advanced life support or basic life support. There are two different billing categories. We bill the recipient appropriately. And if the recipient is a Cranston resident, just what their insurance pays, we collect. We don't go after the Cranston resident unless there's two occasions. They were involved in a motor vehicle accident where they weren't at fault and they could be suing. We want to be reimbursed as part of their settlement. And if they don't pay their taxes, the city goes after them for that because they're not current in their taxes. Other than that, if we go out of town mutual aid, some communities don't give reciprocity. If we have Warwick come to our city to take care of one of our residents while we are all busy doing other things for other people, they'll still bill them, I should say, and expect them to pay the bill. So if we go to Warwick, consequently, we do the same thing. If we go to Warwick and pick up a Warwick resident, we go after them for the full amount.
All right. I only have one more question. I work at the ACI and that's in Cranston, and I see a Cranston rescue probably daily. So who pays for that?
That would be the Medicare, or if the person that we go to has insurance, but most likely it's Medicare or Medicaid. I'm confused or whatever.
Okay, but there is some reimbursement to the city from either the federal government or somebody on those runs. because it is a lot. At least 2 or 3 a day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. You know, I'm very proud of the people we've interviewed tonight, the police, school department, and the fire department. All 3 of you are constantly making our city look good. And you know, the mayor said, think of a thing you're proud of about Cranston, and those 3 are what I'm proud of for sure. So thank you guys for your service and dedication to our city.
Thank you, man. Council Bonanno, you just alienated canvassing law department executive. Councilwoman Graziano.
And Councilman. Okay, I'll start off with the easy questions. So there's a couple items here, like, and I think I talk about this every year, so we can laugh about it. But the uniform cleaning, is it possible to seek out another entity that's less money so we can reduce that line item? It's not that I don't think you need to do it. It's that, do we shop it out?
Uniform cleaning is something that is contractual and gets paid to the member to get the uniforms cleaned.
Right, but whatever that company is, do you guys shop around
It's a
for?
contractual payment to each firefighter. It's a line item, but
Repairs, what is the 70, so like, it fluctuates, so what are you anticipating for this year for equipment repairs that you came up with 375?
equipment repairs is repairs to our fire trucks. And our fire trucks are aging, and every year it seems to be more and more costly to repair them. Right now, the shop rate, when we have to send something out, is more than $200 an hour to get somebody to fix a fire truck. So, and we're, again, that old stuff and it breaks.
I get that, but like last year it was 300, the year before it was 400. How do you come up with that number? That's all I'm asking. So what you're at right now? What's the, what? Yeah.
We had to send ladder 1 and ladder 3 out to get them fixed. The ladder 1 was 15,000, ladder 3 was 22,000.
Okay.
Just as a point, wasn't there either last year or the previous year, one of the fire trucks, you opted to rebuild it? And you did it through repairs to get longer service out of it because you didn't want to buy a new one because the expense was so high?
Yes.
Okay, some of the other council members asked my questions, but I guess I'll go back to, I know, sorry, I'm gonna revisit it. So last year, we obviously underfunded the overtime significantly. Okay, so, but I actually did Claude AI and I went back and looked at the meeting minutes from all, you are not here for doing this, but like through all of the questions and everything we asked, and it actually brought up Mr. DeMayo, myself, and some other members that asked about the overtime budget. And we said we had concerns that it was 2 million less than the year before. So, and I know we're projected, I understand the projections that you're projecting out more money this year. I guess when we say you're gonna make that number, tell me you're gonna make that number. I just don't wanna be over budget again next year by millions of dollars. I just wanna get like.
I mean, again, it's a fair number, but I can't definitely say that we're gonna hit that number. We could be over and hopefully we'll be under. But that would be a fair estimate of what our overtime would be. And it's a,
Just want to let you know how traumatized I am from last year and that we asked the same question and we were told that you could reduce by 2 million and that was not real life. And so I'm still traumatized from last year.
but if you look at prior years, it's in the ballpark. You know what I'm saying?
But I just wanted to put it on the record again for the second year that I'm
The-
asking that question.
The one thing to coincide with Director Schramm, and I don't know if it was about 4 to 5 years ago, there was a chemical fire on Elmwood Avenue. And I believe there was 8 to 10 or 12 firefighters that went on IOD for a long period of time, which really increased the overtime at that point. All I'm trying to state is that they can't control something that happens that brings the numbers up, injured on duty, or, additional help. So sometimes, but based on being here for as long as I have, this budgeted number is probably the most accurate budgeted number that we've had in many years. We've been close, but I think this one will probably be the closest.
And I get that, but you understand where I'm
Yeah.
coming from the last year being completely underfunded and asking the same questions and being told that we're gonna meet that number. That's just alarming to me, sitting here the second year and being in this position.
And that helps, not to interrupt, but I'm going to, that helps the firefighters too. Because the public doesn't realize, and they might blame the firefighters when it was the budget numbers that weren't it. And they don't deserve that. They don't deserve that. So, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, and I think my point is like, if I said, hey, you're not meeting that number, and you say I am, I have to come up with the $2 million to fund your budget. Do you know what I'm saying? And like, where am I coming up with that $2 million? So I just want to make that point that, like that last year, we would have had to come up with another $2 million, even though we were told it was okay. Not saying that's anyone's fault. I'm just saying that, like, here we are. And so that's just frustrating.
Councilman, can I just interject for a minute? Just the time. Okay, just because we're getting close to that moment.
Okay.
Don't answer.
I apologize that I'm going to also revisit what we were talking about with the 5 positions. Those are funded in this budget. Are they contractually required to be funded?
No, they're not contractually required to be funded. They're, by the contract, they can leave them vacant to save money. But usually, yes, right now, we have 12 openings, and we can't hire until the new year.
Yep.
Nobody has money for that. And once we get our list established, which we just did last week, then we can get this in place. But it's up to the administration to give us permission to hire those 5 that they can keep open by contract.
Madam Clerk, may I entertain a motion to extend this meeting a half hour?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. I believe we can continue. The floor is yours, Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I'm still here. Do you know how much those 5 positions equal in the salary line item?
It's about 350,000 approximately. That's just base salary. It doesn't include benefits.
Roughly 410,000 based on what's in the budget.
I did.
30%, 410.
So I think we roughly
30%
used
is $120,000.
$100,000 per person, including salary and benefits, inclusive.
Be about-
But it's up to the administration to give us permission to hire those 5 that they can keep open by contract.
Madam Clerk, may I entertain a motion to extend this meeting a half hour? So moved, Mr. Chair.
inclusive. So it's about 500,000, a rough estimate. I've done the numbers where I took every position on the job and divided it into the salaries, and it comes out to about $100,000 per firefighter. And that's just an average over from private to chief.
Thank you. I do want to say I'm grateful for all the work that the fire department does. I am grateful for the work that police and schools and every person working at City Hall does. But I just want to say, you know, we're going to have to pinch back a little bit. We were told that this is a collaboration, that we all have to figure this out together. And I just want to say, like, you know, there's going to have to be a little bit of give back from everybody as a team, because I think we're a team. So thank you.
Mr. President.
No, you know what? You did a great job asking your questions. I don't have a single one. The items I was gonna look at, and they already went over. Salary, you explained the salary pretty well. Budget fully funded, seems realistic. I can see where the numbers increased. You know, your budget went up a significant amount, but I can kind of see where it is. I'll ask it again, but I believe it sounded like you said that the overtime, the assumption on that overtime, barring something, you know, extraordinary, is going to be enough. It appears that it goes with the historical average, was what we should have done in the past. So I have nothing further to say. And I also thank you for all you guys for your service to the city.
Seeing that, Chief, I'd like to thank the men and women of the fire department for their involvement in the community. I attend numerous community events, and they make our city proud, and everybody's always, you know, happy to see the fire engine. So with that, we're moving on to fire alarm. Fire alarm. Does anyone have any questions on this topic, fire alarm? Councilman Ritz.
I just had one question. I saw the computer maintenance and repairs. It's a jump. I'm assuming we're probably doing a new computer system or some upgrades there. I'm good. It was answered by the crowd.
Councilman Ritz, if you could just repeat the question.
I just asked, just one question. You were jumping from the computer maintenance, 112,000 to 142. I just assume you must be upgrading the computer system that we have, or?
Right now, we had increases in all our licenses, and it's come out to just over 30,000. So I think again, we trimmed it down to 30, and we'll figure out the few $1,000s over that.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
What is cable maintenance and repairs?
That is the wires that are strung up on the poles. We have a fiber optic loop that goes around the city, that all the city buildings are connected through, and we use it for, like, City Hall, we use it to access the internet, and we VPN in to do our payroll and stuff like that.
Chief, isn't the system new? Wasn't that a part of an upgrade you did a couple of years ago, the fire alarm?
Which system is that?
The fire alarm system, wasn't there some capital improvements to that? And that's why the licenses are kicking back in again?
I'm not 100% sure, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for fire alarm? Seeing none, Chief, thank you very much for today.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay, moving on to canvassing. There he is, my man. Oh, you're here, okay. All right, welcome to the Finance Committee meeting. We are now on canvassing.
Oh, good evening, Chairman, members of the committee. Nick Lima, Registrar, Director of Elections, and I want to first thank you, Chairman and Council President, and the committee and council for allowing me to appear virtually. I'm currently attending the United States Election Assistance Commission meeting in Chicago. I'm doing so in my official capacity, but as a federal government agent, as a member of the EAC Standards Board appointed by the Secretary of State. So my travel here is paid for entirely by the federal government. I know that the city has an incredibly difficult budget situation this year. Back in the fall, I started working on our department's budget, and while we are one of the smallest budgets in the city, one of the smallest departments in the city, as you know, we also do have a significant impact in the conduct of elections for the city's 60,000 registered voters. Initially, I was looking at a budget of around $265,000 in our primary operational line item, which is the elections line item, which in your budget is 1108-52610. However, I met with Acting Director Strong a couple weeks ago, and I was basically going back from ground zero. Building up from a zero-based budgeting, was able to cut about $50,000 from that initial request. And that comes from a couple of areas, which I want the council to understand, because this is the 12th budget that I've managed as a department head of the Canvassing Authority, and it is absolutely the tightest budget that I will ever have to work with to conduct an election. But I also have confidence in both because of the experience of our staff, who have about 80 years of experience between the four of us, but also in our poll workers in our board of canvassers, that we can conduct an election with a budget that is essentially the lowest operating elections budget we've had since 2018. That $215,000 pays for our operational costs for poll workers, about 280 poll workers, or around 26 polling locations for both the September and November elections. It pays for our required board stipends, which is $1,000 per board member during the elections. It pays for our citywide mailer, which will be necessary for any bond or charter questions that will be appearing on the ballot this fall. It pays for our statutorily required legal advertising, our election and polling place supplies, which we also have reduced significantly this year. We're going to be relying on a lot of our supplies from 2024. Rentals for polling locations, our police details and security for ballot transport and polling locations. And finally, we do in canvassing reimburse other departments for their overtime. For example, building maintenance, highway, parks and recreation, for use of Pasteur Youth Center, but also for the overtime for setup crews who help set up the 26 polls. That $215,000 figure is the exact cost for all of those. I have talked to vendors. I've looked at our cost increase year over year from the last election in 2024, and that is precisely what it will cost to conduct all of those functions. That said, I noted that we had $265,000 initially budgeted. Part of that is reductions in poll workers. We do have the bare minimum that's required by the State Board of Elections. We always hire 10 to 15% extra because of attrition and callouts. However, we're confident we can conduct the election as it should be conducted with a smaller number of poll workers. So we basically have reduced from about 315 to down to 270 or 275 poll workers to conduct each election. Same thing with our early voting crew. We do anticipate a decent turnout with early voting, particularly in the November election. However, we'll be cutting 3 of our part-time staff positions in early voting, and we think we can manage the operation without having lines or significant impacts to the voter experience. The other major savings here is we have been exploring and talked to half a dozen vendors over the last 6 months, purchasing poll worker management software, which is common around the country, but we've been lacking it in Rhode Island. There's a couple of reasons we need that software. One is for managing 300 personnel and making sure that we can get them into payroll quickly. We have one staff member who does that all herself, including recruiting, training, hiring, onboarding, and scheduling. We've been doing that via pen and paper and Excel spreadsheets, but it's a cost. It's about $15,000 to $20,000 annual recurring cost. The city is not in a position to afford that this year. So we took that out, and that's a significant portion of that reduction. However, the good news is We are talking to the Secretary of State's office, and it appears that there's some federal money coming in that will allow for the purchase of a statewide poll worker management system. We may not be able to enjoy the benefits of it this year, but within the next couple of years, and that will basically make up for that need. There is a security element there because without the ability to send mass text or emails to our poll workers through such a system, there are a lot of bomb threats. There are active shooter concerns. There are security incidents around Election Day that have happened in other states. And we want to have a system in the future that will allow us to immediately, with the press of a button, communicate with all 300 poll workers. So that hopefully will be in place in the future. The other major savings, however, is I want to thank the council for this because you all passed a resolution in support of it, is the moving of the primary. As you know, actually, you may not know, the General Assembly, since between the time this meeting started and now, voted to approve both the House and Senate tonight, the moving of this year's primary from Tuesday to Wednesday because of Labor Day. And there are two major operational savings for us there. For one, we don't have to set up those 26 polls on Labor Day and pay their staff and our staff to do so. That's going to save significantly in overtime. We also will not have to run early voting on the day of the primary itself. Early voting will end as it normally does the day prior to the primary at 4 p.m. That is also a cost savings. The combined cost savings of those two are $25,000. And again, that's already factored into this $215,000 amount, and that's why we were able to get from that 265 down to 215. And it took a lot of effort to get there. We wrote the bill a few months ago, met with the Speaker, the Senate President, Secretary of State, the Board of Elections, the chairs of the committees, the League of Cities and Towns, and we're able to build a coalition with our other municipalities who are in the same boat in terms of election costs to luckily get that passed. There is some good news legislatively too. We have 3 other bills that were submitted at a request of our office and our fellow clerks that have all either passed the House or are out of committee as of tonight in the House. We're hoping the Senate will pass those bills because those could result in a few $1,000s of other cost savings. So I'm not going to hold my breath just in case. That said, other than the actual election costs, our staff work year-round on voter list maintenance for our 60,000 voters. Every single Cranston resident that goes to the DMV will inevitably result in a transaction that our office has to process. In 2025, that's 23,822 voter transactions. And being a non-election year, and we're wrapping up these projects now, we have spent a considerable amount of effort on voter list maintenance to make sure that our elections have integrity, that our voter rolls are as accurate as they possibly can be to reflect voter moves, name changes, and party changes. And we've actually conducted some of the largest list maintenance projects in the state's history over the course of the last year. The remainder of our operating budget, and I'm sure Director Strom would note the same, is on target for the year. We actually, because it's a non-election year, we only had $4,500 in discretionary spending to begin with. So we're not over at any line item that I'm aware of. And the remainder of our budget request is either contractual or set by ordinance, or is de minimis in terms of our office supplies, which is $1,000. Our repair and maintenance, which is our office timestamp, it's about $175 to have that fine-tuned and repaired each year. And pretty much everything else, as I mentioned, is contractual. One other final item for the council, because I know the hour is late. Previously, when I appeared at a budget hearing, Council Vice President Haroyan did ask about our election security grant that we received from the Secretary of State, which is Federal Election Assistance Commission dollars, ironically enough. That was $50,000, and we have spent the last few months working with our contractors and vendors to improve the physical security of the canvassing office. I dare say it's probably the most secure office in City Hall now. That $50,000 has completely now been spent, and we have also been reimbursed by the state. There's a couple $100s, I think, remaining. That grant allowed us to improve, not only do some mold remediation, but improve the access control, the physical security of our windows and doors, install a new alarm system and sensors, install additional cameras, and other security measures which aren't necessarily as public, but or obvious, but do secure not only our election material, but also our election personnel, which is, I think, essential because of the heightened threat environment that election officials face. So again, this is a very tight budget for us. I'm very confident that our staff can make it work. If there's any questions at all on any aspect of our budget or operations of our office, I'm happy to answer them. And I know our chairman, Chairman McDonough, is in attendance tonight. I can see him on camera. And I appreciate the council allowing me to participate virtually in this budget hearing.
Thank you, Director Lima. Unlike Councilman Bonanno, I want to congratulate you because you are the most prepared director this evening. So I want to congratulate you. I mean, you answered all my questions in one shot. I believe Councilman Ritz, or let's start with Council President Wall. He has a few comments and questions.
Well, more of a comment. Listen, your budget presentation is always packed full of information. You're very thorough. Your presentation is thorough. The job you do for the city of Cranston and ensure that our elections are done right. You're always updated on all the current statutes and laws. I do appreciate it. I did review your expenditures. They do, with the election cycle, they go in an ebb and a flow. Every 2 years, your budget increases a small bit, and the next year it goes down with the budget cycle for the most part. So I have no questions about your budget. I think it's justified, and just thank you for your diligence.
Councilman Campobano.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director, for all your hard work. I got a couple of questions. One of your staff is a bilingual election specialist. What is that?
So that position is currently held by Emerson Brito in our office. They provide Spanish language assistance, not just for voters, but also in translation of election materials. That's just a small fraction of the work they do in our office. They also are basically additionally a filing clerk, a voter registration, and list maintenance processing clerk. Also a front line in terms of helping voters on the phone or the counter or via email. Emerson also actually assists with all of our voter registration drives. We actually had one this week and registered young students at Cranston West. We'll be having another one at Cranston East in a couple of weeks, and also at the apprenticeship school. And we've additionally, Emerson's been helping us with conducting our voter registration drives, which we're working with the Secretary of State's office on at the USCIS building in Johnston at the Citizenship Naturalization Ceremony. So every couple of weeks, 40 or 50 new people become U.S. citizens there, and they get to register to vote for the first time. And our office rotates amongst other local canvassing offices in helping with that process. So Emerson's sort of basically on the front lines in terms of the direct work with our voters. Additionally, on election day, provides bilingual assistance and throughout the early voting period. In addition, we need to have, particularly in certain areas, Ward 3, certain polling places in Ward 1 or Ward 2, based on census data and demographics. We always make sure to have at least one, if not 2 or 3, bilingual poll workers. And his position makes sure that the bilingual poll workers we're hiring didn't just take Spanish their freshman year in high school. If they actually are fluent in the language, can translate, and can provide voter assistance. So his position is important, but bilingual is only a portion of that. Now, the very nature of our office being sited on the first floor of City Hall also means that he's on a daily basis provides translation services for nearly every other department in the city, I think, aside from maybe economic development, Franklin is. So the position is important. It's obviously vital given the demographics of Cranston. It also may be legally required going forward, because there is new legislation that's been introduced just a couple weeks ago called the Rhode Island Voting Rights Act. And it's a powerful legislation because it's the Secretary of State's bill. It's their hallmark bill of the session for their office. The Senate President, I think, is the lead sponsor of it on the Senate side. And if that act were to go into law this year, Cranston, because more than 3% of the population of the city speaks Spanish, but it is not proficient in English, according to the U.S. Census Bureau latest data in 2020. I think it's probably might even be a little higher now. Because we were above that 3% threshold, we would actually, upon enaction of this law or potential law, be required to conduct our entire elections in bilingual, which would mean having both English and Spanish ballots, voting materials, all of our notices, all of our mailers, which we do not currently do. Providence, Central Falls, Woonsocket, and Pawtucket all currently do that because they're required under federal law. There's a Supreme Court case going on right now. I could probably spend an hour talking about that too, but long story short, the bilingual election specialist is both an operational clerk, but also has bilingual duties.
Thank you for that short and concise answer. I'm not sure that it's a long story short, but I mean, because I looked through and I didn't see a bilingual specialist in the tax office, which would be important, and I didn't see one in the clerk's office, only in your office. So I guess my next thing was cross-training. Is there a downtime when there's not an election year, or are you flat out all year long? Because as a business owner, I'm always looking towards cross-training where we obviously shorten the clerk's office. Is it possible to, I mean, you're doing it with the bilingual. Is it possible to do something that, I don't know if that's even a possibility as far as legally or with the unions? I guess my question is there lulls in the off years?
It's a great question, Councilman. So the reason why it's different in elections than, for example, in tax assessor or in other offices is elections is probably the only municipal department that's referenced in the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 2. And we have several federal laws, the Help America Vote Act of 2002, the Voter Registration Act of 1993, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that basically require election offices to provide assistance to populations of voters to as a hedge against disenfranchisement. So the Department of Justice basically monitors the states and jurisdictions, and there's a long, lengthy history of litigation around it when they fail to provide those services. Now, if someone who doesn't speak English well and is predominantly speaks Spanish walks into the tax assessor's office, it's kind of a nice to have. It's not a federal requirement or a law. I think it's still an important responsibility civically. And that's actually where Emerson is able to help out a lot, because I think he's called upon sometimes 4 or 5 times a day to go over to those other departments, particularly when we have downtime, which would be, not when he's not out on the road conducting a voter registration drive, to help out those other departments with Spanish language translation and assistance.
Thank you. Councilman Ritz.
Just directly, I appreciate how, like others have said, how prepared you are. You have a tight budget here. I was going to look at the departments that got 3 to 5%. I think you've already done that. But there is a $600 education program cost there. If it's anything to educate you, that could be money not well spent, because I don't think you need to learn anything else here. I think you could teach whatever's being taught. But in all seriousness, I did have one question. I think I know the answer, but there's $10,000 in overtime there. Is there any way we could schedule to try and offset that, or is that just a placeholder because it's an election year?
Again, great questions. Thank you, Councilman. So that $10,000 figure is actually already cut. So in 2020 and 2024, we needed about $15,000 in overtime. We're going to try and make that $10,000 work, and that is for the because I can't get overtime, but the 3 staff members in our office are eligible for overtime. They have the contractual option to take either overtime or comp time at their choosing. How much that actually ends up being, that $10,000 probably will be ballpark of where we are by the time we get to November. Predominantly that will be during the nomination period when everyone gets their signatures. We're working 9-10 hour days. At that point, there are a few days where we're required to be open outside of business hours. For example, the voter registration deadline falls on a Sunday. The office is required to be open for 3 hours for that, and there's a minimum 4-hour shift there. Obviously, election day, that's a day where we come in at 4:30 in the morning. We're there till about midnight. The days after an election, when we are doing provisional ballots, those are normally 10 to 12-hour days. In addition, the entire early voting period, which is 20 days, and it's probably the biggest unfunded mandate from the state, which is a point of contention with local election officials. is we have to conduct early voting from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Because that's our city hall business hours, which means we have to start earlier than that and work later than that. So that's usually an 8 to 5 or later throughout that 20-day period. The other predominant cause of overtime in our office is throughout the entire elections period, we are essentially flat out. We do not take lunches. We come in early, we work late. We have poll worker training classes, which typically are at night because a lot of the poll workers can't come during the day. And that overtime pretty much starts the first week of July and will run to the second week of November. And in a given week, we do try to rotate that as much as we can. There's some union and contractual rules there that overtime, for example, has to be offered to the most senior employees first. But there are many days where it's an operational necessity. And there have even been times in the past, and fingers crossed it does not happen this year, where there's been some sort of mess up on the state side, or they'll throw 1,000 voter registration transactions at us right before the deadline. We'll have to come in on a Saturday and work 10 or 12 hours to get that caught up. But that $10,000 figure, I think is as close as we can get. If it would be cut, it could come in lower than that, but I wouldn't be able to say it confidently. And to the education line item, I agree. I think I've gotten some good training over the years. I've actually been self-funding a post-baccalaureate certificate in election administration through the University of Minnesota, which I've paid about $15,000 myself out of pocket over the last year, and hopefully I'll be graduating from that in a couple of weeks. But that $600 that is actually not necessarily for education. It's our annual dues to our state association, which is the Rhode Island Town City Clerks Association, and the Elections Committee, which I'm the chair of, as well as our organizational dues to our two national organizations we're part of, which is the IGO, not Mike IGO. It's the International Association of Government Officials, as well as the Election Center in Pledge, which is a partnership for large election jurisdictions.
Thank you. Can you pause there? May I entertain a motion to continue this meeting an additional half hour? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any nays? Ayes have it. Continue. Mr. Lima, I think you were done with your question. So there's an orange man. I'm sorry. The president was putting some law together where I have to bring my passport to voting. Did that pass? Yes or no?
So the SAVE Act and the Save America Act, two separate laws, both passed the House. They've both been held up in the Senate due to the filibuster. We're monitoring that closely because anything can happen. However, it's not anticipated to pass. If it were to pass, you can set this budget on fire because we'd probably need another 2 or 3 full-time staff members and a lot more resources in order to effectuate that. But it wouldn't be just us. It'd be 11,000 other election jurisdictions around the country in the same boat. And I think you quickly see that enjoined by court action. I think it realistically, it's probably not going to happen. The actual other concern is presidential executive orders. There have been 2, one in March of 2025, one in March of 2026. The original order has been also enjoined by several courts. The most recent one has now, I think there are 5 separate lawsuits against it. Rhode Island is among the states that are party to that lawsuit. There's been no court action yet. It's expected in the next few weeks. If for some reason the court would rule against Rhode Island and the 26 other states that are involved, there would be some costs there to us. I think a lot of the costs would be on the burden of the state side. However, there'd be some significant problems for us in terms of mail ballots because the president's executive order from 2 weeks ago does create a 60-day deadline to apply for a mail ballot application. Rhode Island law is 4 o'clock the day before an election. And I think about 90% of our mail ballot applications come within that 60 days. So that would be a problem for us.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I think, does anybody else have any other questions for Director Lima? Chris Bonanno? Councilman Bonanno? No?
I just want to thank former Councilman Kirk McDonough for being here. That's all I want to say. And if you have to deal with Nick your whole time, we should entertain a raise for this gentleman. Nick, I love you.
Director Lima, I just want to reiterate, I believe you were the best prepared person this evening. Thank you for your time. With no further questions, thank you for your time and good night.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to law. Okay, Mr. Solicitor, would you like to say anything before we begin? Or do you want to just go into questions? Do you want to say anything or do you want to just go into questions?
Get off with, I gotta hold it.
Okay, give me 1 second, our auditor.
So just to put in perspective, the current, the law department's running at 72.8%, which is a little bit under budget. But as we always say, and we try to just remind we never know what a legal claim is going to become until it's settled. But it is currently running at 72.83% when it should be around 77%, so.
I'm under budget right now. Just, I mean, as David said, again, it's similar to the question to the fire department about overtime. Assuming nothing tragic happens in the city, being self-insured, I've done my best to keep us, but that number could always change. It depend on litigation, but right now it's, I've got it pretty much under control.
Councilman Bonanno.
I only have one question. You know, I think everybody appreciates the fact that you do your best to keep the budget under budget or at budget. And I am not an exception. I appreciate that very much. It makes our jobs easier here on the council. My only question is you think it's a prudent practice not to budget anything for a potential settlement? I know we can't predict the future, but you think we should have something in there just as a
That's
safe?
The answer is yes. I think that there should be money in that line item. I would have to speak to Mr. Strom about where that money would be generated from. But yes, the answer is yes. There should be some money that I can use to authorize settlements on behalf of the city, and it would show in that.
And I guess my question for the auditor would be, are there any settlements this year?
Again, the fiscal year begins July 1st, so there could be something that comes up. There are a few things in litigation, nothing outrageous right now, nothing that the city being able to settle. But again, that all.
And I think everybody understands
know
that
you want
it's
to see-
impossible
you,
to predict. I just think that we're only gonna get in trouble if we don't budget anything. And then like in the year 2023, we got $1.7 million that pops up, that.
And that was, yeah, and that was actually.
I understand,
If I
yeah.
recall correctly, that actually had to do with the fire that was being discussed earlier. Where the chemical fire, where a lot of people were injured. And I think that the city negotiated a settlement back then. I believe that was that number we met. 2017 or so.
Councilman,
Thank you.
4
Yes.
consecutive years, we haven't had.
There's been none.
Okay. That trend continues. That's something that, how do you put a dollar figure?
It's, to me, it would sort of be like, in my private life, I would say, it's the account we don't touch. You know what I mean? Just in case the roof collapses or something like that. It's almost like a mini rainy day for settlement. So we don't have to go into the rainy day for a settlement.
But the issue would be, if you don't use it. It'd be like a surface.
There are worse places for it to go.
Well, no, I understand, but right now.
Well, I know, and
What's going on?
no, and I understand. I'm just throwing it out there because God forbid knock on wood, let's hope it never does. But I don't want to have a deficit
you know? Thank you.
Our auditor has a comment. Follow.
Just based on that, Chris, do you see anything that could potentially settle within the budget period we're reviewing?
Not off the top of my head, no. There could be a couple of smaller, very minor things, but nothing big.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Is there any way to cut back on the outside legal services fee? Is there any way to cut back on that?
Not really. As you know, there's two line items, Councilwoman. There's the regular legal services, I'll just use it as that. That's myself, Chris Rawson, John Verdecchia, Chris Orton, that handles municipal court, and David Igliozzi, who does, we call him, I mean, he does a little bit of everything. And then the outside, anything outside of that, the scope of those 5 attorneys, myself included, goes to outside line items. For instance, a new lawsuit comes in tomorrow and it requires a specialty of X. I have to find someone, and then I have to find someone that not only is proficient in that area, but also that will accept the municipal rate. And it requires a lot. Trust me when I tell you, to ask an attorney with 30 years plus experience, your mother would understand this full well, to cut their rate to something under $200, $165 an hour. So it's very difficult when that does happen. So to be quite frank with you, that number, in fairness, should be a little bit higher, but I'm working the best I can within the budget that's given.
Councilman Ritz.
I had 2 questions that I was asked, that I was asked on the record. That was one of them. The other one, I think you partially already answered. It was just, do we have any, to control the outside billing, do we have a fee cap that we have?
No,
or do
there's
we?
no real fee cap. I mean, I just, again, work within the budget and, try to negotiate with different lawyers. If I have to bring someone on that's not currently working with the city, then I have to ask them if they'd be willing to work within certain parameters. And they could say no, and then I go to some, yeah, it depends on the case and expertise, but then I could go to someone else who may, but that, in fairness, that may not be the attorney that's appropriate, So sometimes there has been an occasion over my last 5 years where I've hired someone at a rate higher than I would want to pay, but I needed that firm's expertise.
Makes sense. Yeah, no, I appreciate you staying under budget and the
Thank you.
aggressive budget you put in here too. So thank you. That was it.
Councilwoman Graziano.
I'm sorry. Can you explain? I'm sort of new here. Can you explain like when you would use the outside legal services comparatively to what we get? How you give us those packets with all the information?
That is a list of the outside lines.
That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
And has that you've stayed, never gone over budget, let's say in the past 4 years?
Since I've been here now.
Okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Councilwoman, Vice President. Yeah.
Mayor Trafficante.
Chris, where do we find the other solicitors that work on your jurisdiction?
Again, it's kind of experience, word of mouth, people that have worked for the city previously. In my practice, for instance, or in the practice of law, if you will, who handles different types of claims. There's someone that I use, or there's a firm, two different firms that I would use for, let's just say, someone who's injured on duty, or one of those type of claims, or workers' comp type of claim.
Is there a set
Not
fee?
covered by Beacon.
Is there a set fee per hour for these?
No, but I do try to negotiate with them. I do, when I sign on, I know what the fee is going to be, but in fairness, Mayor, as you're aware, I mean, some of the bigger firms, they want to charge $600-700 an hour, and that it's just not even, it can't happen. So I try to keep it, in general, around the 200 number. I have some people that are working for less than that, to be quite frank with you. $200.
Mr. President?
I've actually got a firm, I've got someone that works for a little bit.
No, Chris, once again, I'm gonna reiterate what Councilman Ritz said. Thank you for keeping, I mean, your budget is the same. You told me you'd be under budget. You're currently under budget right now, and it looks like you feel good with what you have. I'm fine with it. Yeah. I don't want
Thank
to
you.
belabor it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yep.
Councilwoman Harroy.
Oh, thank you.
Councilwoman Graziano, you have something else to say? No, you're good. All right.
Where can I find your salary in here? I noticed all the other,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first one.
your salary. I'm having trouble finding that. I find the
So-
part-time employee, but not yours.
Yeah, so despite what maybe people are out there chatting about, I fall under the 217. I think it's 217. I don't have my glass. I apologize. With the not the outside line item, the other one, 214, excuse me. And that is divided up 5 ways. That's divided up. It's divided up by myself, Mr. Rawson, Mr. Orton, Mr. Igliozzi, and Mr. Verdecchia. So that, believe it or not, that number should be a lot higher than it is too. But listen, we're in a budget crunch. I'll be quite frank, and I said it, and Mr. Moretti knows I said it a while ago, that my full intention came from this budget year was to ask that number be raised. I can't in good faith ask that. So we're not. I mean, I'm not even requesting.
Are you I'm having trouble with your office, not finding benefits. Are you the only one getting benefits from the solicitor's office?
No, I do not get benefits.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, I'm a contracted employee. So it's not part-time, but I am not a full-time employee. No solicitor's ever been a full-time employee in the city. So we do not get benefits.
You here?
Could be 40, it could be 40 tonight.
Right, so you're on
Oh, yeah,
salary.
yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. It doesn't go, it's a monthly, everyone in that line item is paid a flat fee monthly. And it stays within that, depending on how much, work. Sometimes some lawyers might technically make more per hour, given month, if you will.
So you
because
do get any benefits, retirement, healthcare, nothing?
No money in the budget for it.
Chris, you have a secretary? You have a secretary?
Mayor Trafficante.
My office, no, the answer is yes and no. I work, Anna Marino.
Yeah.
Anna Marino is my administrative assistant. She works Tuesdays and Thursdays, 4 hours a day.
Oh, but she's a part-timer?
She's maxed out because she's a retired city employee. I don't have anyone else.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Is anyone else? Mr. Auditor? All right.
Chris, you're on a per diem rate? You're not on payroll?
I am on a flat fee per, just need that go up, I'm sorry. I'm on a flat fee per month. But it doesn't change.
The stipend.
It's been static for 5 years since I've been here.
Oh, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Going right in, executive, you want to take?
Walking in his sleep.
All right, let's go, executive.
He's walking in his sleep. He's kind of.
Thank you, Director, for coming this evening. Would you like to say anything before we begin? Or do you want to just go into questions?
Chair, I was just wondering if you were saving the best to last. That's the only. thing
That's what we were
comes to
doing.
mind.
That's it.
It's Councilwoman Haroyan's idea, so.
Just a kind of an opening statement, the executive office is putting in for an increase of 0.75%, again, less than 1% overall. Something to be noted, obviously realizing, where things are right now. That's just that statement. Maybe I could help you compare budget to budget in the office. That's your biggest expense. Obviously, personnel is from the current year budget to next year. We're eliminating a position. And as you know, we have consolidated the government affairs position with the communications. And as a result, we have Director Renzulli. So there's two positions that we did consolidate into one and eliminate an admin position. Something to offer the mayor noted whether for this department and for all other admin positions in the city, there were increases put in equal to what the Teamsters had in their contract. The mayor's offering to the council and to eliminate, if you wish, the raises for the approximately 18 people affected. Now, in the city, in the schools, there's about 2,200 employees. City has about 650, but he's offering for those 18 people, if you choose not to give increases, he would go along with that if you want to defer those funds to the police department for their cars. But again, you're probably talking about 40,000, maybe 45 for 18 people, everybody else. Again, and that will include eliminating the raises for the fire chief and police chief.
Councilwoman Harroyan.
I see here it's noted $3,000 monthly expenses for the mayor. What would that be exactly? And is that every month he gets a $3,000 expense?
Councilwoman, where's that, please? I know the answer is no to that, but I don't see it.
Where is it?
I know perennially the mayor of the city, not necessarily this mayor, had always. It's different on this. Perennially, the mayor of the city, again, not just the current mayor, but it's a carryover from, as a form of reimbursing, or providing a stipend to the mayor for typical expenses that he's incurring. It's kind of on a personal basis, but kind of be required as a mayor to attend functions and do things. That he's kind of on the spot to give, to give to charity, et cetera, et cetera. I believe the council people get a stipend too.
Get our pay, I believe.
The mayor gets a pay.
We don't get a stipend.
I thought there was a stipend, unless that got consolidated years ago. I know they used to be, maybe got consolidated, but that's what that was for. It's out-of-pocket expenses, that the mayor would incur, where he's, I'll use the word put on the spot or in a position that people approach him as the mayor, not necessarily personally. And that was just a stipend that's been there since Mayor Fung, and I'm not sure before that too.
That would equal $36,000 a year.
No, $3,000.
$3,000 for the year, Councilwoman, and I don't.
There's monthly expense.
Yeah, like a monthly expense, but not per month. There's total for the year. And I don't believe that it's ever used for charity. I've never written a check to anybody. I don't know how that.
It's for his
Yeah,
discretion.
but it's per year. Like,
Sit here.
no, I just wanted to.
Okay, my other question is, like the raises you just spoke about, the staff that works in his office, union employees, or are they at pleasure? Because they're probably there as long as this mayor's there.
Question again, I'm sorry.
The staff that works in his office, like constituent affairs, administrative assistant, are they union employees or are they at pleasure, like mayor staff employees?
Serves at the pleasure of the mayor.
Okay, my other question is, recently I sent in a constituent service issue and I got a response with somebody's name that I was not familiar with. And I understand that person was in economic development, now is in the mayor's office. And my concern is I don't see it here listed.
I think you're talking about Mr. Cardulo, I believe.
I think that is correct.
Not in the mayor's office, to my knowledge.
I thought I have returned,
I believe that Gina Capiano, I believe, was out for a week, and I believe they had arrangement that he would substitute for that stretch that she was out.
because I know with the prior deputy chief of staff, we always CC'd him and he covered constituent services.
Councilwoman and Ms. Moretti, I want to be very careful using names during any type of conversation during the budget, please.
Other question, how many people on the mayor's staff are provided with city vehicles?
There are the mayor, myself, deputy chief of staff, and there's another vehicle that is assigned.
Do you know what year they would be or how old they would be?
There's one, I believe, is approximately a 2014, 2015. One is probably earlier than that. One about 3 or 4 years old, and I believe one about 2 or 3 years old.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Trapagani.
Anthony, am I reading this correctly? The League of Cities and Towns is now charging you $40,000?
Correct.
Wow, what happened there?
They arrive at that calculation based on city population, and that's Cranston's allocation. It's like an allocation.
Yeah,
that they
I
go through.
understand,
Formula, Mayor.
Now, my question is this, when the mayor goes to the conference like that, the League of Cities and Towns, where's his expense account for that, for those kind of things?
That would be in the orders of the mayor.
All right, okay.
But I believe this year, I believe he did not attend, if I recall. The conference of mayors, I believe he did not attend this year, but you would find it, I believe, in a prior year. You can see the numbers were higher. And the same thing for next year, we were budgeting flat to this year. So not anticipating attending that.
Councilman Ritz.
Just one thing I was looking at here with the office supplies, expenses, printing and duplicating. Is there any way to bring those down and use more technology there too to almost flatten out that budget? Is there any opportunity there?
Well, year to date, we're already at this current year's budget, 10,005 change, I think, at this point. There are some there are some things, like for instance, you're going to be having citations, things that are kind of old fashioned. I'm not sure how much technology could come into play with that. In terms of automation, you're getting, I can tell you, my printer cartridges are constantly flying out, those types of things. Could look into it, but if you have anything in mind. But as I mentioned, some of it is kind of the old fashioned ceremonial. And then stationary, obviously the mayor communicates a lot in a formal way and by letter, is letters and that type of thing.
Councilman Campabiano.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, it's late. I fell asleep during your explanation of the 0.75% raise. Who is eligible for that? Huh?
I don't blame you.
Oh, who is eligible for that? I mean,
no, I said 0.7. The mayor's, the executive office has a 0.75% increase over prior year's budget. That was the point I had made.
so that's six people.
Okay, so who's in the office? It's I won't say
mayor,
names. I'll say
the mayor,
also-
yourself.
The name is Mayor, not Hopkins. Chief of Staff.
Yep.
Deputy Chief of Staff, Communications Director / Government Affairs Director, Administrative Assistant, and Director of Constituent Affairs.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Do you have something to go off of, Councilman Campopiano? Because you can go first.
I have one question I didn't ask. I know
Councilwoman Arroyan.
there's also one other employee that's in the mayor's office now, is that temporary or is he there? I'm hearing through the grapevine that he's a union employee, but he's been there for quite some time and has a desk in the mayor's office. Will he stay in the mayor's office or go back to his department?
The person, from time to time, I believe that person is intended to be on loan, but charged to the original department. But wherever that services would be needed, the mayor can call upon that person. So from time, as the mayor sees fit or as needed.
He's doing a great job. They want to try to keep him.
With that said, may I entertain a motion to continue the meeting past the 11:30 hour?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have. Any nays? Ayes have it. Continue. Councilwoman Vaziri, you have the floor.
Can you explain what the part-time help is?
Yeah, there's a student, the mayor likes to have a student, it's going to a Cranston resident, a student, particularly most recently at URI, to intern, to experience, what it is like to be in the mayor's office, to kind of learn the ropes, have exposure to government. And it's a summer person, and the mayor feels strongly that it's a good thing to, develop and get people engaged, and it's a good community service, along with the person actually contributing to the operations of the department during that period of time.
Councilwoman Graziano. All right, I'll come back to you.
No, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm just saying I'm struggling. Oh, I'm gonna go vehicle. You said 4 total?
4.
Okay. Do they take them home?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a place that we could get some savings? Because I think we need to start saving employees going to and from their house. They can take their own vehicle. I have a town vehicle. It stays at the town.
Maybe depends who you ask.
I'm thinking, let's save some cash here. So this would be hey, let's work as a team, asking you to implement that to save some cash.
I'm happy to mention that to the mayor. Obviously, he's making the call here, not myself.
Yeah. I'm saying anyone who's on call for an emergency or needs to have a vehicle.
People understand.
Be taking a look at that. That's like citywide, you know what I'm saying? Like anyone who, like a building inspector may need to have theirs if there's a fire or an emergency.
Well noted.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
So if you take the car as your regular day-to-day car, do you have to pay for the gas or does the city pay for the gas?
The city, commuting, going out, responding. Sure. I'll say similar to the police chief, or major or captain on the police department. If they're home and they have vehicles and they, come into work, they're on call.
Mr. President.
Where's the price of that gas and auto maintenance? What line would that be on?
It's the cards, the gas cards are assigned through, I believe they're charged to PD.
PD? Is it in here?
In
In the mayor's budget?
Police budget.
Oh, in the police budget.
As again, they originated with 2 cars originally, chief of staff, mayor, and public safety response, emergency response, and hand-me-downs from that department. And traditionally, that's the purpose of them, would be public. I'll say public safety.
Yeah, no, I do get it. No, and I'm just trying to say, if we have a budget for the executive and those cars are used by I'm not saying you shouldn't have a car.
Yeah.
The gas and the car and those expenses shouldn't be charged. The police, we already were scrutinizing over
I
there.
can ask the director for accounting purposes. I guess it's always, I'll say always been charged
Always.
that way and it's never been, the budget hasn't been changed.
Hmm.
And there's that, so I can leave it to, Director Strom about the accounting.
So before you, like, I just find it odd that we found out there's 4 vehicles and I never gave this much thought. I know the mayor has a car, right? Then we talked about the gas that just came up. Why would we charge the police department the gas for the executive office? I'm getting tired, so I have a sarcastic answer, so I'm not gonna say it, but no.
Director Strom, if you could just speak into the microphone so the 2 people or 3 people online could hear that.
Yeah, I believe those cars remained with the police department because I believe they originated from the police department.
Hmm.
They weren't bought directly by the executive department.
Right.
They were handed down from police to executive.
So that's where that's captured.
Yes.
Director Strom, if I might add, I believe that this lot of accounting in the city is because of legacy.
Yes.
Because that's the way it was always charged. Sometimes the question, does it belong somewhere else? But that along with probably many of the charges, it might
Yeah.
make you question some valid questioning.
Yeah.
Why is it going there? But for legacy is the answer, whether it be good or for bad.
And to your point, certainly, I get that, like institutional knowledge, we always did it this way. But a lot of things are happening that haven't happened in a whole heck of a long time. We're looking at our books, looking at our expenses. Whose fault is it? Whose overtime is it? Who's spending the money on gas? Who's gonna get nailed? I think to be as transparent as possible, I'm not an accountant. I never professed to be one, but it is confusing sometimes looking at books and you say, well, I know you got a car. Wait, you got 4 of them. Where's the gas? So that part, that kind of gets to me. So listen, if it's the way it is and you can we find out the expense can we separate that expense so we know how much we spend? That's all. I'm sure that car doesn't go on vacation across the nation. It goes around Cranston, so it can't be terribly high.
Correct.
There's credit cards that are associated to those cars.
Yeah, there's gotta be some way to know that.
So I'm sure we can do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
But as far as the dollars, whether we charge police or bring it into executive, dollar for dollar, it's gonna stay the same.
Oh, I do get that.
Right, but then,
Yeah, no, I get that, but then, I know where you were going, but then it's just not accurately reported. I'm not saying you do anything wrong. I'm just saying it says something in the police line that they don't spend the money on. Because we were just scrutinizing over their budget.
Yeah.
And
I hate to use the term, I hate to use the term past practices, but that's how it's always been.
I get it.
So
I'll put the cars and the gas to bed for a moment, because I'm ready to go. But I'll ask it, can I ask a question, another question?
Floor is yours, Mr. President.
I don't have many of them. So going back, and perhaps I fell asleep a little bit for a while too. I did hear that there were raises in the executive department. And it looks to me, I'm looking at the salary increase, it looks like you increased salary about $5,000. Am I right there? What's my-
3.5%.
Huh?
3.5%.
But, well, no, I'm seeing, actually, I think I'm seeing 5. I'm seeing your executive salary line, last year was 471,000, give or take, and now it's 476,000, $5,000. So 5%, that wouldn't be, right?
Not everyone got a raise.
Well, you anticipated my question. How is this, it wasn't given to the mayor, because his salary was by our ordinance, right? So how did we determine how the $5,000 was distributed? And I'll ask that, was it the mayor, was it you?
Yeah, okay, it wasn't, let me clarify. What you see, I'll say the $476,000, you'll see that number agrees to ties to the salary schedule of the individuals, so that adds up.
Right.
Now, the 26 budget has a different lineup. For instance, as we mentioned, there's a position eliminated from there and consolidated into 27. So it's kind of apples to oranges to say that there's a $5,000 change in those dollars distributed. So if you understand what I'm saying,
I think I
two
do.
different lists.
Yep, keep going. I think I
if you
got it.
will. So what happens of the of the, which is in the budget, this, this department executive, along with the other admin personnel. Am I incompetent? Is that what it is?
No, I think you're competent. Keep going. You got.
I'm not sure if I'm not, if I am.
No, I'm listening very,
This
very
is the
intently.
only department that needs support. That's just distracting. Question again, please?
I kind of like, how do we distribute
Oh,
the
the
raises
raises.
within the executive department?
The same as we did for all other admin personnel, admin being basically the appointments of the mayor. There was, the increases were given for those people, I think with the two exceptions, I believe, that Ms. Renzulli and Ms. and the deputy director came on mid-year, so they said not to have increases to their salaries. I know Mr. Strom is anticipated to be coming on, so there's no increase there. Mr. Correo is passing on, sorry.
We're probably not going to use names. As we go forward, we're just going to use positions.
So it passed. Everyone else, the other appointees, if you will, or in the admin, we call the admin function, we were provided with, if you will, budgetarily, increases at the rate of what the Teamsters had. So that's where I was made mention earlier on. The mayor's willing to forego those if you feel that that's, you know, best interest of the city and offer them.
I think it would be, and I appreciate that. I think it'd be remiss if we didn't talk about it and talk about that type of thing. I know it's not, listen, I know it's not going to send someone into the next tax bracket. I understand it, but it's a good idea to ask because, listen, people are watching and they're saying, you know, if we're going to tighten our belt, we're going to tighten our belt. Tonight, we talked about the fact that 40 people were laid off, and we don't know how many people else are going to be laid off from the school department, right? Maybe 12 at the end, maybe some other departments, we don't know. So if we don't ask that question, it's not pointing fingers, but if there are raises, and I appreciate you saying it, maybe some of those will be foregone if we, you know, we may forego those. If I knew how they were distributed going forward, perhaps I could, you know, as we look at that, that would be great. But I think you gave me basic idea. It wasn't an ordinate raise, but it was a raise, and you distribute it not equally, like everybody got $1,000 because you described how the staffing is. I get it now. All right.
And the total, I believe, is approximately, let me say $45,000, give or take 5,000.
Okay, about 45,000. Okay.
And again, that includes, I could name some. It's basically most of all department heads, and also includes the police chief, fire chief.
So we don't violate any, you know, any open meetings laws. We're not naming anybody. Could we get a list of those? Is there a possibility to get a list of those people who got the raise from anybody who has that information?
Sure.
That way the council has it. So if we are going to make any adjustments, we need to know. Perfect. I think the positions is fine. I don't need to know people's names. Yeah. Listen, you know, I just need the positions so we have a good look. Other than that, I'm good.
Yeah,
I have no further questions.
Mr. Auditor.
Oh, see this, just, you know, about this, I guess I'm confused about the public disclosure because on all these schedules, it has the person's name and positions, but we can't say them, but it's all public record.
I'm gonna refer to the solicitor. I'd always been told in the past that I wasn't supposed to talk about people specifically unless they were noticed, but I'll defer to you.
I just, Director, I worry about the, speaking about technically being included in job performance when mentioning names. So that's my main concern. It could be interpreted, speaking about their salary, about their job performance, they weren't notified to be here and so
Playing it
forth.
safe.
Yes. Our names are in the budget anyway. We already have them, so.
Your name's in there.
Yeah, we have them. Yeah, so either way.
Mr. Auditor.
Councilwoman Graziano, just back to your question about the cars. The inspectors actually drive into work and the cars are left at the office or the area and they leave from there.
Okay, so can I get a list of people who take their vehicles home, are allowed to take their vehicles home? Or just the vehicles that go home? and what their position is.
Mayor Trafficante.
Anthony, I'm very much aware of what the Constituent Affairs Director does, his responsibilities. I certainly know what is it Grant Affairs and Communication Directors, that's the title? I know she does because she's all over the place. She does a lot. But what is the responsibility of the Deputy Chief of Staff?
We do have job descriptions. It's staff position, I can just name some things. Basically, there's no daily line routines. Mostly assisting at the direction of the mayor and the chief of staff, assigning them projects, filling in perhaps in different departments where they might need support at times. An example might be during contracts that the personnel might need to assist us to assign that person part-time there. Not we could have some supposed to be, we're doing this now. Certain tasks, can be assigned, such as coordinating, so what we're doing now, centralizing grants, all the grants we have within the city to know what we're applying for, the status of those, the status of retrieving funds, just keeping track of that. That would be an assignment, a task. But it's developing that now. It depends on the individual. Mr. McCauley, the former chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, had a different role, much more active in constituent affairs, assisting that department. This person too can step into assisting, I'll say, on more of the complex issues perhaps. There is a job description that includes many tasks, but you can't say that person is responsible for a department. And also, as tasks that the mayor can assign also, obviously.
I would not be happy if I was the mayor, making $2,000 more than you. He deserves a lot.
Give him a
The
raise.
mayor deserves a lot more than $105,000.
No, it's
a year.
ridiculous. It is.
I mean, I'm not saying because I know the
that.
mayor, but I'm saying the responsibility of the mayor certainly deserves a lot larger salary than that. Who sets the mayor's salary?
It's just city council by ordinance.
City council? City this size, second largest city in the state of Rhode Island, that salary is awful low for a mayor.
Yeah.
Do you know what Warwick's mayor?
Actually, Warwick is just as bad. I think it's
Just as bad?
exactly that. Yeah.
Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you. I know it's late, so I'll be very brief, but I'll be direct. I was ready to be rip-roaring mad about the raises, so I was pretty upset when I saw that. It sets a bad taste in the people's mouths, even though it's only a very minute amount of money. If we're all in this together, we're all in it together. So on the flip side, I'm not rip-roaring mad anymore because you came in and you said that, the mayor and the administration is okay to get rid of those. And I think if we're going to make an earnest effort, we have to lead by example, everybody. So I'm glad to hear you say that. And I know, I don't know nobody's really watching right now, but I think the taxpayers want to see, taxpayers want to see that everybody's willing to make sacrifices. When we go, if we have to vote for a huge tax increase and we go and try to explain that to somebody, they're not going to want to hear that certain people got raises arbitrarily that weren't contractually obligated. That was my only issue. I think the budget.
Councilman?
Yes, sir.
Just on that subject matter, yeah, the trade-off there was obviously, as many people in this council indicated previously, we have a very difficult job recruiting people for administrative directorships. And these current salaries, as I think everyone recognizes, for this size city are, for the most part, pretty pathetic. And that was just try to, over the years, because of reasons like this, that the administrative staff were the ones in the city that were not, and Mr. Strom's a great example of the finance director.
I agree with you, Director.
So that was the rationale for it, so that we could be competitive, we could hire better people, but under these circumstances.
Well, that's the thing. I agree with you. And if we were proposing a 2% tax increase, all right. But, not this year, maybe next year if we get back on.
Mayor's
it.
recognizing.
Yeah. So I want to give credit where it's due to whoever recognized it, whether it's the mayor, whether it's you, whether it's everybody in the office, whoever it is deserves that credit, to realize that we all need to lead by example and sacrifice for the greater good of the city.
The mayor made the call.
Yeah. And that's to his credit. I don't have many questions specifically about this budget or this particular department. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilman Bonanno for bringing it up, and I won't totally belabor the point, just only a little bit. But I agree with you. I think that the city of Cranston's employees are underpaid. The problem is that we completely underfunded last year, and we're told specifically when I hammered fire about the overtime that was going to be fine, and it wasn't. And so I would be happy to do that, but I have to agree with Councilman Bonanno that we just cannot fund any increases in salary line items. It doesn't show the spirit of compromise and working with the city. And I agree, we cannot ask the taxpayers for 7.4% and then give other people increases. I think this is the year to sacrifice. While I agree that we need to pay our employees better, then we also need to make sure our budget is balanced and accurate. So I look forward to doing that with you all, but last year really killed us.
Thank you. Going off of that, I was also chief of staff in Central Falls, and it was almost about the same size staff. So I congratulate you guys. But my question is, we had a big snowstorm. Everybody's on salary, so they basically worked. And what did they receive? Did they get overtime? Did they get comp time?
There is comp time.
Okay.
For administrative personnel.
But that wouldn't count as overtime. That would just count.
No,
Okay.
no overtime paid.
So nobody in the office gets overtime?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Mayor Trafficante, if you could just speak into the microphone.
The directors get the overtime and all? No, just comp time. Any
No,
director?
no director. All comp time. Yes, sir.
Last round. Mr. Director, thank you very much. This concludes this evening. As I said, there was public comment. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone online that would like to make public comment?
There is no public comment online.
Nobody raise their hands? Okay. With that, may I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. We are adjourned at 11:49 p.m.